President Haley, Dr. Hagerman, we do have a quorum, so we may begin if you so choose.
Excellent. So this meeting is called to order at 9:01 a.m. And with that, Executive Director Ross, can you please take the roll? And just a quick reminder for all of us on virtual, we just need to make sure that we unmute and turn on our cameras when we're voting.
President Haley,
Present.
Vice President Hagerman,
Here.
Superintendent Horn,
Here.
Member Catanese, no? Dr. Clay,
Here.
Dr. Cruz Rivera is not with us today. President Haney,
Here.
Dr. Hightower,
Here.
Member Kravickas,
Here.
President Haley, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you so much. With that, I'll just give a very brief president's report. I learned late last week that this is going to be Dr. Lapita Hightower's last board meeting with us. And I just wanted to express incredible gratitude for your distinguished service. As your term concludes, we just want to note that we honor your time on the board and the extraordinary impact you've had in general as an educator, a leader, and a mentor across our state. You've exemplified what it means to put students first, and your unwavering commitment to educational excellence has certainly strengthened our board's work and elevated the conversations that shape our schools. You've approached every issue with wisdom, integrity, compassion, and thoughtful consideration. And I just want to say thank you so much. Your questions, your gracious contributions have certainly enriched our discussions, including our working group meetings as we've considered the A through F letter grades. So I just want to say thank you. As many of you all know, that she holds a bachelor's degree in elementary education with bilingual endorsement from University of Arizona, a master's degree in educational administration and supervision from Arizona State University, and a doctorate in leadership and innovation from ASU. And last but not least, she's been named as Arizona Superintendent of the Year in 2023, a true testament to her dedication and excellence in public education. So I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Hightower. You've served with distinction, and we are just really grateful for your service, your wisdom, and your steadfast belief in the potential of every child. Arizona students and all of us are better because of you. So thank you so much. And with that,
Thank you.
I yield to the superintendent's report.
Don't you want the executive director's report first?
No, Superintendent Horn, your report would come before mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misremembered. Okay, so I want to add my thanks to Member Hightower. She's a very active group of my superintendent's advisory group, for which I express great gratitude. She's been a very constructive and a reasonable member of this board, for which I also want to express my thanks. And if you do have to go, I'm really sorry. We have another week that they might reconsider whether they want to endorse you. But if you do have to go, it's a great regret to me. You've been a great member.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to excuse myself briefly at 11:15 for important business. It's in this building, so hopefully I'll be able to come back quickly. I'll certainly come back as quickly as I can, but something I can't avoid. And during the rest of this week, I'm going to Yuma I'm going to do a ceremony recognizing the school in Yuma, which is the Desert View Academy, which is the second highest academic performing school in Yuma County. I previously recognized the highest, which was the Gowan Science Academy, and I've done similar recognitions in other counties such as Cochise and Santa Cruz. I think that's all I had.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. And with that, Executive Director Ross, your Executive Director's report, please.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, prior to going to honor our amazing kiddos of the month, I know Dr. Hightower wanted to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Director Russ. And thank you, President Haley and Superintendent Horn, for your humbling words and recognition. It has truly been an honor of a lifetime to serve this past year at the State Board of Education. Coming to this amazing country in the 7th grade, who would have ever thought that I would serve in this prestigious role? I'm extremely grateful for the entire State Board of Education team and also the board members that served on behalf of over 1 million students in our state. I'm also grateful for the work that the Arizona Department of Education does in conjunction with the State Board of Ed. So thank you, and I know that our governor will continue to appoint members that really focus on the mission of all students, no exceptions. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Hightower, we do have an apple to honor you. Special thanks to Melissa and our staff for being able to put this together very quickly. Bruce, do you want to? So we will be sharing this glass apple with you to honor you. And from staff's perspective as well, thank you for being an incredibly kind, thoughtful, and innovative member of the board, educator, and person. You will absolutely be missed. So let's get to a happier moment. The best part of every meeting is the chance for the board to honor 2 amazing students as part of our State Board Student of the Month program. And we have 2 really wonderful kids with us today. So up first, we have Miranda Vega, a 5th grade student at Robert M. Bracker Elementary School in Santa Cruz County. Miranda was nominated by her principal, Joshua Payne. Miranda has earned straight A's, is on the principal honor roll. Her teachers describe her as respectful, responsible, and always willing to help others. She has persevered as an English language learner. She won the school-wide spelling bee. She's a role model for her peers, and her principal says she embodies the qualities of a true scholar and compassionate citizen. So Miranda, why don't you come on up?
Hello, good morning. My name is Miranda Vega. I'm in 5th grade and I go to Bracker Elementary School in Nogales, Arizona. I absolutely love my school. It's a safe place for all students, teachers, and they are always happy to help. They always provide productive opportunities to learn, such as after-school tutoring, clubs, and more. What inspired me to work hard to reach my goals and accomplishments were, and still are, my parents and my plans for the future, since I know I have to work hard to get to them. Some of my accomplishments are winning my school spelling bee, and I've always gotten awards for getting good grades. What has helped me grow as a student was realizing that I can't let myself slip in order to be successful. Although I can't be perfect, I should still put my best into my work. My plans for the future are to hopefully go to the U of A or ASU to study medicine. I would like to thank God and everybody here for giving me a chance to win this award and to be able to represent my school. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We have another amazing student with us today. Trinity Villegas is a 12th grade student from River Valley High School in Mojave County. She was nominated by her principal, Keith Moore. Trinity has challenged herself academically with advanced and college level coursework, serves as a student council body president, where she has increased student engagement and school spirit, leads with confidence, collaboration, and integrity, spends extensive time volunteering in everything from tutoring to animal care to food distribution, and is described by her principal as confident, self-aware, and empathetic. Trinity?
Good morning, members of the Arizona State Board of Education, educators, administrators, and family. Thank you for this incredible honor. Being recognized as an Arizona State Student of the Month is something I'm truly grateful for, and it is a moment I will carry on with me long after today. My name is Trinity Villegas. I'm a senior at River Valley High School, where I've had the privilege of serving as student body president and being involved in the student council for the past 3 years. One of the things I value most about my school is the dedication of our teachers. They don't just focus on academics, they take the time to build genuine interpersonal relationships with students, creating an environment where we feel supported, encouraged, and seen. Academically, I've pushed myself to take advantage of every opportunity available. I currently hold a 3.9 GPA and will be graduating this May with an Associate of Liberal Arts degree from Mojave College, which I will receive the day before I receive my high school diploma. I have also been honored to earn a place on the Dean's List every semester of my college coursework. Balancing high school leadership with college-level academics has been challenging, but it has taught me discipline, resilience, and time management. Leadership outside the classroom has been equally impactful. Through Student Council, I've helped raise over $10,000 in donations by connecting with local businesses and community members. I took a lead role in organizing our most recent homecoming, which brought together over 400 students, which is a major achievement of a school of about 700. It also earned district-wide recognition. In athletics, I've led twice in varsity cheer and varsity baseball as a team manager, experiences that strengthen my teamwork and leadership skills. Beyond my school, I have actively sought leadership development opportunities. I've attended the Arizona Association of Student Council's Leadership Convention 3 years in a row, participated in the National Student Leadership Conference in Washington, D.C., where I studied forensic science and leadership, and I was selected for the U.S. Military Academy at West Point Summer Leaders Experience, which is a highly competitive, week-long immersion program that introduced me to academic, military, and leadership life as a cadet. What has inspired me to achieve all of this is a constant desire for growth. I've always wanted bigger and better for myself, and I have refused to be seen as less than what I know I am capable of. The most important lesson I've learned is that opportunities don't appear by chance. They appear when you are willing to put in the work and step outside of your comfort zone. Looking ahead, I'm committed to San Diego State University, where I will study sociology with plans to attend law school and pursue a career as a criminal defense attorney. My goal is to advocate for others and use my education to make a meaningful difference. Thank you again for this recognition and for your continued support of students across Arizona. This honor motivates me to continue striving not just for success, but for impact. Thank you.
I have to say, you would think by this point I'd be less astounded it's not. Each time. They're amazing kids doing amazing things, and I'm glad I'm not a big blubbering mess. So that with that, President Haley, that concludes my executive director's report.
Great. Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. We'll now move to item 2. This is the call to the public. This is a time for the public to comment on items listed in the consent agenda or the general session. Members of the public may also address topics not on today's agenda. Please note that the Arizona law prohibits board from discussing or taking legal action on matters raised during a call to the public that are not currently on the meeting agenda. Each speaker has 2 minutes to address the board during the 1-hour public comment period. Moreover, speakers are not allowed to cede their time to another speaker, and personal attacks are not appropriate. And with that, Deputy Director DePlanty, have we received any requests to speak?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, yes, we have. First up will be Sharon Rogers, followed by Deanna T., followed by Regina Jantz. Sharon, are you online? We're not seeing her online, so we'll go ahead and go to Deanna T.
Good morning. My name is Deanna Turtolo. I hold a PhD in Language, Reading, and Culture. I teach 3rd grade at Red Rock Elementary in rural Pinal County. I'm here to urge you to retain student growth in Arizona's school letter grade system. Each year, I look into the faces of young children who trust me to help them become confident, successful learners. In a rural school like mine, many students enter below grade level due to limited resources and opportunities. When we judge schools only by how many students crossed a fixed proficiency line, we ignore where those students began. 2 students entered my 3rd grade class reading at a 1st grade level this year. Now, 6 months later, they are reading near grade level. More importantly, they now believe they are readers. They may still fall just short of the state's proficiency cut score this spring, but if you sat beside them and saw their confidence and pride, you would see success. Growth measures the distance traveled, not just whether a child crosses a single line on a single day. Growth reflects progress and helps account for factors outside our control. When we rely primarily on proficiency to grade schools, we risk overlooking extraordinary progress. Progress matters even if it hasn't yet reached a fixed benchmark. We are facing academic challenges nationwide. If we truly want improvement, we must examine what's driving these challenges. In many cases, expectations for young children do not align with how they develop. Early elementary students are being asked to master abstract reading and math skills before they have fully developed the cognitive, language, and emotional foundations that support that learning. High expectations are important, but they must match developmental readiness. Before penalizing schools for lack of proficiency, we should ask whether we are setting fair expectations. If a school consistently moves students forward, that school is succeeding. Our students are not just test scores, they are stories in progress, and our accountability system should honor that growth. Thank you for your time and commitment to our students.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Regina Jantz, followed by Jeanette Aldina Perry, followed by Matthew Strom. Regina?
Hi, my name is Regina Jantz. Excuse my voice, I'm getting over a cold. I'm a proud public school teacher here in Arizona. I teach 6th grade language arts and social studies at Red Rock, and I absolutely love my job. Like, I am blessed every day that I get to go in and work with Arizona kids. That's why, and I agree that our accountability system should be clear, transparent, and worthy of public trust. That's why I urge you to keep growth score as a component of that system. Proficiency tells us where students are. Growth tells us whether or not they're moving forward. Without growth, we risk measuring demographics rather than educational impact. Every student that enters my classroom comes in at a different starting point. This year, I have a student that's testing freshman in high school reading level, and I have others that are 3rd or 4th grade reading level. If I can get a 4th grade reader up to a 5th grade, that's academic impact, that's measurable. But if we go to straight proficiency, that disappears. You don't see that growth. Growth matters. Sorry, my voice. Growth matters for students who are already proficient as well. Students performing above grade level should still need to advance. Proficiency is not a finish line. Growth ensures that high-performing schools are also held accountable. Relying solely on proficiency places a ceiling on student potential. Growth recognizes that every level schools are held accountable for continuous improvement. It answers the question, did this school make a difference this year? We want accountability in our public, for our public to really trust us. We need to measure both status and progress. Growth has no ceiling, and neither should our expectations for Arizona students. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Jeanette Aldina Perry, followed by Matthew Strom, followed by Graciela Arola. Jeanette, are you online? Not seeing her online. Matthew Strom?
President Haley, members of the board, thank you for having me here today. I'm Matt Strum. I'm the superintendent of Mesa Public Schools, the largest school district in the state of Arizona. I want to offer historical perspective on Arizona's accountability evolution and specifically the two structural problems we were trying to solve in the mid-2010s. Under No Child Left Behind, Arizona rated schools using a largely distributional-based model, a Z-score model. The system was exposed to two persistent statistical realities. There was one extremely high problem one, there was an extremely high correlation between a school's summative rating and its socioeconomic composition. In simple terms, letter grades were functioning as proxies of poverty levels. Problem two, the system did not adequately identify or reward schools that were accelerating learning toward proficiency, particularly schools serving students who entered with many skills to backfill. When Congress passed the Every Student Succeed Act, Arizona designed accountability with those two problems in mind. I had the privilege of serving on the Arizona Accountability Advisory Group and Arizona Technical Advisory Committee during that period for nearly a decade. Two major policy shifts emerged. First, the creation of the College and Career Readiness Index. CCRI recognized that high schools are responsible not only for test performance, but also for things like industry credentials, AP participation, and graduation outcomes. CCRI changed our high school distribution of A through F letter grades. When it was added, roughly 30 to 40% advantage of being a high school in earning an A was possible over K-8 schools. That's not a value statement. It's a structural feature of the model. Second, and more importantly, in the K-8 model, the board made a deliberate decision to counteract poverty with implementing of a heavily weighted growth system. Growth became 50% of the cumulative score, and additionally, internal weights rewarded for high growth amongst kids that were moving their way to proficiency. Create what I'm asking the board to do is create a pathway with multiple means to show schools that are excellent in accelerating learning. This has worked in the past. The statistical correlation between socioeconomic status and letter grades decreased meaningfully when we implemented in the 2010s. I know we're at a revision point. That's natural. As Campbell's Law or Goodhart's Law reminds us, once a measure becomes a target, behaviors adapt in a system. Periodic recalibration is healthy and required. We know we have the team at the ADE to accomplish this, and my encouragement to the board is balance is not
Thank you so much for your
dilution, and
comments.
balance is integrity. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much. Thanks.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Graciela Arola, followed by Sarah Torres, followed by Chris Sanchez. Graciela, are you online? Doesn't look like it. Sarah Torres? We showed that you're online. Can you unmute?
Yes, thank
Thank
you. Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. My name is Sarah Torres, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Arizona Science Teachers Association, representing more than 1,200 science educators across Arizona. Thank you for engaging educators and stakeholders as you shape the upcoming statewide assessment RFP. I'm here today to emphasize that science assessment decisions directly influence instruction, system coherence, and Arizona's STEM workforce pipeline. First, at the K-8 level, Arizona's science standards are intentionally built as learning progressions. The current grade band assessment model can work, but only if reporting is instructionally useful. Right now, science results are reported at a very broad domain levels, which do not tell teachers what students know, what they don't, or what to do next. Without that detail, districts cannot effectively align curriculum, professional learning, or instructional supports. Our recommendation is simple. Continue grade band testing only if cluster level reporting is required so educators receive actionable data. If that level of reporting is not feasible, then Arizona should shift to annual science testing in grades 3 through 8 to ensure data is timely, specific, and usable. Secondly, at the high school level, we strongly encourage the board to preserve both the ASSI and the ACT science. These assessments serve different but complementary purposes. ASSI measures three-dimensional standards, while ACT Science is recognized nationally for college readiness. Together, they provide flexibility and stability for districts and families. Finally, I want to emphasize this. What we test shapes what is taught. When science assessment lacks instructional value, science instruction is often deprioritized. That has real consequences for students' access to STEM pathways and for Arizona's growing economies in fields like bioscience, technology, climate, innovation, and advanced manufacturing. We appreciate the board's leadership and respectfully urge you to embed these priorities into the RFP. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Chris Sanchez, followed by Kristen Turner, followed by Jennifer Bella. Chris?
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Chris Sanchez. I am the Special Education Director at Paloma Elementary School District. Today, I want to talk about something that doesn't always show up in our test scores, school rankings, or district budgets, but it shows up in our classrooms every single day. And in ours and many other rural school districts, we're seeing an increase of students arriving from Mexico. And these students often speak only Spanish when they first arrive. Now, these students come with incredible resilience, a dedication, and a desire to learn. But they sometimes, and in many cases, they have had interrupted education or sometimes very little formal education at all. And in our district, since we're very small, our size creates many issues from being weighted against the same scales as other school districts. As a special education director, I know as an example, when we did the alternative state assessment recently, we had one student that was put on that list and we already surpassed the threshold the state recommended, which put us in a difficult situation. And so we want to be able to recognize that our school also needs to be equal to others, and we have the ability to do the same things when they're required. I also want to talk about the criteria that's in place right now for our students. It's important that we recognize that they have the ability to grow. And I don't think it's fair that students, if we go to a proficiency-based model, aren't allowed to count in the same way where we can show growth and show these students are actually moving in a way that is beneficial to them and beneficial to the community as a whole. They're thriving in an opportunity and given an opportunity to do well. I want to say that lastly, where a child starts should never determine how far they can go. And I'm afraid if we move to a proficiency-based model, that might be the case. And lastly, I want to use the animal kingdom to remember and remind everyone that sometimes as a big district, a small district, we feel like a giraffe. And that sometimes there's a perspective of a turtle looking at it from the perspective of a giraffe. We want to be able to look at it equally. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Kristen Turner, followed by Jennifer Bella, followed by Greg Wyman. Kristen?
Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thank you for your continued dedication of students in Arizona. My name is Kristen Turner, and I am the superintendent of the Paloma Elementary School District. I'm here today to speak about the importance of maintaining growth as a major focus in the accountability system. In my district, 97% of our students qualify for free or reduced price lunch, which is known to have an extremely high correlation to lower academic outcomes. We also have 59% that are English learners, 45% that are migrant students, and over 30% of our students receive special education services. These are not excuses, they are realities, and they are realities we embrace with commitment and determination. We provide after-school tutoring, targeted pull-out services, parenting classes, and rigorous academic instruction. Our teachers work tirelessly to meet students where they are and accelerate their learning. Yet, even with extensive interventions, helping students reach grade level proficiency remains a significant challenge. Arizona needs an A through F letter grade model that includes growth measures, one that continues to celebrate the progress and dedication of high-performing teachers and schools that serve lower-performing students. When accountability is based solely on proficiency, it disproportionately penalizes schools serving students with the greatest needs. Accountability should motivate improvement, not discourage those working in our most challenging environments. I respectfully ask that you preserve a system that recognizes both proficiency and growth so we can continue supporting and honoring schools and teachers doing the most challenging work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Jennifer Bella, followed by Greg Wyman, followed by Samuel Rogers. Jennifer?
Good morning. My name is Jenny Bella, and I am the Special Education Director for Red Rock Elementary School District, a small rural school in Pinal County. I am calling to urge you to retain student growth as a meaningful factor in the Arizona Schools Accountability System. Growth matters because it tells us what schools actually do for students. Achievement scores reflect where students start, often influenced by factors outside of a school's control, such as poverty, mobility, and access to early learning. Regardless of their starting point, growth shows whether schools are helping students move forward. Eliminating growth or minimizing its role would disproportionately harm rural schools and communities. Many rural districts serve small, highly mobile populations with limited access to outside supports. When accountability relies only on achievement, these schools are effectively penalized for serving students with the greater needs, even when educators are making measurable, meaningful growth. Growth is also essential for students with disabilities. These students may not meet grade level proficiency benchmarks within a single year, but that does not mean they are not learning and thriving. Growth data recognizes the reality of individualized learning trajectories and honors the work schools do to provide specialized instruction, accommodation, and services to move students forward. When we focus solely on achievement, we send the message that only certain students count, those who already have advantages. When we include growth, we affirm that every student's progress matters. Accountability systems should encourage schools to take on challenges, not avoid them. They should reward improvement, not punish service. Growth is not about lowering standards. It's about measuring impact, fairness, and opportunity. I respectfully ask you to protect student growth as a core component of Arizona's school scoring system so that rural schools, students with disabilities, and all learners are evaluated based on the progress they make, not just where they begin. Thank you for your time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Greg Wyman, followed by Samuel Rogers. Greg?
Good morning. My name is Greg Wyman, members of the board, President Haley, Superintendent Horn. First of all, I just want to introduce myself. I know many of you. I am retiring as a Superintendent of J.O. Combs here in June, but I'm assuming the role of the Executive Director of Arizona Rural Schools Association. So I want to let you know I'll be representing the association in the future at many upcoming board meetings. I sent you a letter that was signed by 140 superintendents across the state in rural Arizona that spoke to a lot of what other members of the audience have spoken to. I want to give you a perspective, though. I'm actually the author of the bill language that Senator Allen passed that gave you the sub-indicators. I know for some people that's not good news, but that's why I'm here. And the reason we put that in place back then, Senator Allen and myself, was because we wanted a holistic look at how schools are doing. We didn't want a narrow political view of just proficiency. And so the reason that superintendents came and asked for that change was we wanted to make sure that we could demonstrate how well schools are doing, not on a narrow political agenda, but broadly across the view. And so I would hope that as we move forward with new A to F labels, and it doesn't matter whether you agree with A to F labels or you don't agree with A to F labels, I think it's critical that you look holistically at what our schools are doing, what our teachers are doing, what our districts are doing. So I respectfully ask that you please maintain an A to F label that recognizes growth, that recognizes proficiency, that recognizes CCRI. Thank you very much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Last up is Samuel Rogers. Are you online? It doesn't appear that he's online. With that, that concludes this call to the public.
Thank you so much. We will now move to item 3. This is the consent agenda. Is there any item or items from the consent agenda that a board member would like to pull? Seeing none, if there are anybody that I can't see Dr. Hightower. So Executive Director Ross, if you catch something that I missed, please let me know. So with that, I'd like to have a motion to approve items 3A through 3I.
So moved.
Dr. Hightower moves. Do I have a second motion?
Second.
Dr. Clay, great. Any, all opposed? Or excuse me, I jumped a gun. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great, the motion carries. Moving on to item, we are now moving on to the general session. Gosh, this is moving quickly today. We'd like to start with item 4A. This is we're going to be discussing the RFP for the statewide assessments for math, English, language arts, and science for grades 3 through 8 and grades 9 through 12. So with that, I'm going to yield to you, Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. As you all are aware, the board in conjunction with the department, has undertaken a procurement process for the new assessments for math, science, and ELA for grades 3, 8, and 9, 12. Thus far, that process has consisted largely of the solicitation of stakeholder feedback via a number of statewide surveys. Though data from those surveys have been presented to the board in public meetings, including as recently as last month. That actually prompted the process to go to the next step, which is the development of draft request for proposals that the board will consider today to potentially open. With us today to discuss that process is Bethany Spangenberg, who's the Deputy Associate Superintendent of Assessment at the Arizona Department of Education. Just as a quick disclaimer at the start, Bethany's going to present, and then if there are questions from the board, that's fine, but we have to kind of delineate the types of questions. If there are questions related to timeline or process, those should be asked on the dais. If there are questions related to the actual RFP, those materials are confidential until the process is completed. So we would move into executive session to address and answer those questions. So, and I can help sort of navigate that when we get to that portion, but with us up with us first is Bethany.
Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thank you for having me here today to share the achievement request for proposals. Our statewide assessments meet several state and federal regulations. So I listed those for you, but we are required to do our assessments. So this is kind of the process that we need to go through to make sure that can happen. So currently we have 2 assessment contracts, one for ELA math in grades 3 through 8 in high school, and a second one for science in grades 5, 8 in high school. These contracts were last awarded in 2020 and implemented in the 2021-2022 school year. We do have final extensions through the spring of 2027 administration and reporting. And this additional lead time as we're preparing this well in advance just helps our teams and our schools be better prepared for any changes in the contract. All right, so a request for proposal is the process to receive bids for work and to award a contract. Those requirements are identify the program team and the contract holder, so the Arizona Department of Education and the Arizona State Board of Education. Solicitation is posted in the procurement portal here in Arizona. And then vendors submit their detailed plans and bids. The program or contract holder reviews those and selects a recommendation. And then the bids are approved by the designated authority. In this case, it would be the State Board of Education. Due to the procurement rules and the nature of contracts, the process, the RFP itself is not public. We have to just be very careful that we're not giving a specific vendor any advantage. All right, looking at timelines, the state board has already conducted that stakeholder survey to get input from the public. That happened in the fall. We are currently drafting the RFP. We're hoping today to be able to approve the draft of the scope of work. And then we would move forward with finalizing, preparing for the RFP to be posted, conducting those evaluations, hopefully this spring. And then coming back to the state board to share the recommendation and ask for approval for the contract, hopefully this summer. And then it does need joint legislative budget committee review whenever their next meeting is this summer or fall after the board approves. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the timeline or process at this time.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I just want to clarify a couple of things. Thank you, Bethany. So the contracts expire June of 27, but it's after the administration of the exams next spring. So the first time the new potentially exams would be administered would be spring of 28. So just keep that in mind because that extends the runway out by which the department can implement those new assessments and provide supports to the field, which they do through Bethany's amazing assessment team. And then the RFP process again. So just as a reminder, if you have questions regarding process or timeline, those would be asked on the dais. Specific questions about the RFP, we will need to make a motion to move into e-session to have those discussions.
My computer's moving a little slow. Do we have questions from members of the board?
I have a quick question, President Haley.
Sure. Member Haney.
It may be in the RFP. I wasn't sure if I saw it, but what's the length of the contract?
That was a question that we can answer separately.
Okay, thank you.
Any
President
other?
Haley.
Yeah, Dr. Hightower.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment, and I just want to thank the Department of Education for following such a thoughtful, thorough process, engaging so many stakeholders, holding so many sessions as well. So as this RFP gets put out in order to follow both state and federal laws to measure the academic progress and proficiency of the students, I'm very grateful. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Hightower.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Bethany, for Member Haney's question, we could answer the length of the current contract because that is public. So historically, the length of those contracts.
Yes, thank you. So currently our contracts are 3-year contracts with an additional 4-year extension options. And we're at the end of those extensions.
I just have a point of clarification, if that's possible. Is that an extension of 4 years or an annual extensions up to 4 years?
President Haley, thank you for that question. It is each year would be an additional extension up to 4 years, 1 year at a time.
Thank you. Are there other members? I have maybe some more detailed questions about the assessment, but are there other more general questions from board members? I'm not able to see, so I may need Executive Director Ross to let me know if someone is raising their hand.
President Haley, at this time, there are no questions from the dais.
I do have some questions about sort of the components and what we're looking at for the assessment. So perhaps we need to go into executive session.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. President Haley, that is correct. So if you want to put forward a motion for the board to move into e-session, that would prompt that change.
Okay, with that, I would like to have a motion to convene an executive session for discussion or consideration of records exempt by law from public inspection. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Member Katniss, do I have a second?
Second.
Dr.
Second.
Clay, great. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Seeing there none, the motion carries. So I believe we'll now go into executive session.
For those who are watching the meeting via live stream, the meeting will pause while the board is in executive session, and then we'll resume once the board exits. in the restroom. We'll reconvene in just a moment. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, all members have returned, and business may commence.
Okay, great. To begin this session, we were briefly in executive session, so I would like to, thanks for the opportunity to answer questions. Just any other further public discussion? Otherwise, I'd like to move to a motion to open the RFP.
So moved.
Okay, then I'll make the motion and then I'll look to you, Dr. Clay, to make the motion. So do I have a motion that the board approve the opening of the request for proposals for the procurement of statewide assessments for math and English language arts in grades 3 through 8 and high school, and science for 5th grade, 8th grade, and high school? Do I have a motion? I think, Dr. Clay, you said you wanted to move. Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was member Haney.
We had
All
two.
right. Member Haney. We'll get back to you, Dr. Hightower. Great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. The motion carries. All right. Thank you so much. All right. With that, we'd like to move to item 4B. This is a presentation and discussion of A through F school letter grade accountability system. And with that, Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Our next item is a comprehensive overview, I should say, of the A through F school accountability system. This presentation will be co-delivered by me, by Jessica Mueller from our team, and Sean Smith, Chief Accountability Officer from ADE, and is designed to provide the board, the public, with an overview of how the current system was created, what the facets of the current system, and then the revision process the board has undertaken in recent months and where that process is potentially heading. Again, this is information only, non-voting item, but we will begin. And as board members, as always, if you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask as the presentation is happening. And then give me 1 second here. So President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, again, this is an overview of the A through F school accountability system. And again, today's presentation will focus on a history of the development of the current system, an overview of the current system, and the revision process. So let's start with a little look at the history of the development of the current system. Arizona has had a school accountability model for a number of years. Some of us who've been around for a while, Deputy Duplanty and I were both, I think, at school sites and in the classroom in 2010s when it was a descriptive model. Schools were described as performing prior to 2010. In 2010, Governor Brewer signed in legislation that changed the system to an A through F accountability system. And then in 2017, the Every Student Succeeds Act at the federal level prompted a change by the Arizona legislature to ARS 241, which called for a model to the A through F system with multiple measures of accountability. And that's something you heard referenced today quite a bit in the call to the public, particularly from Dr. Strom from Mesa, who was part of that technical advisory committee that helped develop the current system. So to go into a little bit more detail about the current system, we thought it would be interesting for you to see the actual kind of legislation itself. This was Senate Bill 1430 from 2016. And what you'll see writ large is a movement from the prior system, which was primarily focused on proficiency with an element for growth, to a model that mirrors what was called for at the federal level in the Every Student Succeeds Act. In particular, a model with multiple measures. And the legislation is very specific. It charges the board with creating and maintaining a system that evaluates school performance under 6 very specific indicators. Those 6 indicators are proficiency and growth for English language learners, graduation rate for high school, college and career readiness indicators for high school, and acceleration readiness indicators for grades K-8. So the board kicked into gear and followed that legislative direction. Again, a focus on school performance in those 6 areas. And the board had already put together a number of technical advisory committees, but they were really a key part of the developmental process. And I know this is a 7-year ago shout out, but just to give a big shout out to those folks. Again, Dr. Strom, who presented today, being one of them, and several of those folks are actually still with us on the technical advisory committees. But they spent hundreds of hours. The board at the time spent hundreds of hours, did listening tours, really sought feedback on the creation of this new model. And from that feedback, 2 sort of primary points emerged, not only from the feedback from the field, but actually from the legislature and predominantly from the governor's office. So this was Governor Ducey at the time. And the 2 biggest points of concern shared with the board was that the system prior to change had a really high correlation between low letter grades and student poverty, and that there was a need for more of a focus on student growth, in particular for schools that serve children who have, different needs and are coming in at different places. So the board at the time voted to update its A through F principles of agreement. It adopted the updated system in 2017, and then letter grades were released for school year 26-17 pretty quickly upon. So you can tell that was a lot of work for the board at that time. And then just to underscore again, the palpable shift in 2016-17 was to a system that has multiple measures of achievement. And this is, again, the language from the Every Student Succeeds Act. So it calls for a holistic view of student success and calls for each of those indicators that the board currently has in place for the A through F system. And then again, this is mirrored in ARS 15241, just highlighting those 6 specific measures again. We'll talk a lot about those when we get to the revision portion. And what is interesting to note is that the board, did a thorough job in crafting this system, again, involving quite a bit of stakeholder feedback, a ton of experts on those technical advisory committees. And the system itself was successfully adopted to the point where the legislature over time has actually interwoven the board adopted A through F model into quite a few pieces of legislation. And so, I think you can say that's indicative of legislative faith in that system, that it was woven into those many different models, including school improvement, including charter school, but even some other pieces, one of which has just fallen away. So a little bit of a story of the development of the system. We're now going to go into the current system. Now, again, I know this is something with which the board is somewhat familiar, but it's always helpful to do a reset of this type, not only for the board, but for the field and for those watching. So Jessica from our team is going to walk you through our current system.
Thank you, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. So this slide is foundational. These principles guide every revision and decision in the A through F model. First, philosophically, we assess academically relevant data using multiple measures. We recognize student growth, not just static proficiency. And most importantly, all schools have the opportunity and the potential to earn an A. This is not a quota-based system. That last point really matters. It's not norm referenced. If every school improves meaningfully with their students each year, every school has the opportunity to earn that top status of an A. Technically, this system is built on valid, reliable data over multiple years, specifically with growth. Implementation-wise, transparency is at the forefront of our work every single time we pursue action. So the technical advisory committees meet publicly every month. The models are voted on publicly. Recommendations from those committees come to the board for review, and the business rules are adopted publicly as well. So the system is technically grounded. Growth and subgroups are embedded within each of the indicators. And importantly, it remains a system that is transparent and easy for the public to understand. So some of the roles and responsibilities and accountability. State board approves the models, sets this cut scores for the summative system, and potentially in the future for the indicator system as well. Reviews, letter grade appeals, which is on today's agenda too. And then the Department of Education develops the models, collects and validates data from schools, calculates the annual achievement profiles, and presents results and data to the technical advisory committees and the State Board of Education. And then each month, most importantly, I think, is the technical advisory committees are meeting and evaluating the models and reviewing the data and providing their recommendations to you. And this is required by statute, that you appoint those members to the committee and they pursue this work on a very considerable basis with a lot of information monthly. And so the composition of that is policy stakeholders, superintendents, and LEA level directors of research and accountability with psychometric expertise. So I'll kick it over to Sean Smith from the Department of Education to share about their work.
Thanks, Jessica. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thanks for having me. So as Jessica mentioned, this is an ongoing process. What we have here is a piece that we provide in the technical documentation to give kind of a glimpse of what happens at a year view. So as you can see, there's stuff happening at all points during the year. A big concentration of it for schools takes place during the summer. But we kind of put each of those touchstones and mile points on there so schools can see what needs to happen when. And then letter grades are determined based on, we add together each of the indicators, and currently they come together to receive one overall A through F letter grade based on their performance across each indicator. And there's different indicators that are particular to some of the three different models. So we'll see a lot of commonalities, but then also in pieces, there's things that flex and work best for each of the models that exist. These are the three models that we currently have. So we have a specific model for K-8 schools, high schools, and then alternative high schools. What you'll notice as a pattern throughout all of the schools, kind of driven by the last line in the current statute, 15241, says that measures of academic progress is defined as measures of both proficiency and academic gains. So there's a real emphasis on having both, as we've heard a lot today, a status report on where a school is and measures of growth on where they're headed. So, I like to say that proficiency is, if you were taking a road trip, this is the question from the back seat. Proficiency is always asking, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And growth is looking, how fast are we going? How long till we get there? So it is important, and you'll notice as as Sean and Jessica have both pointed out, you'll see a lot of consistency in this multiple measures approach, both at the federal level and at different states. That's because the research has a really solid or really clear findings that the better information we can provide to schools, the more they can respond and identify and react to the needs of their students. So those multiple measures give them multiple points of information. In addition to each of those elements that has kind of a proficiency and a growth dynamic, we also have two other specific elements. I talk about these sometimes as the choose your own adventure element, or the indicators. So the acceleration readiness in K-8 and college career readiness in high school, each of those have a lot of different ways that schools can demonstrate how students are progressing and meeting the standards. And there's multiple methods. You know, for example, in college and career readiness, a student might demonstrate their college readiness by taking an AP test or a dual enrollment course, filling out their FAFSA and other things like that. And then additionally, the statute requires a measurement of graduation. This looks a little bit different in the traditional models and the alternative models. Again, alternative schools are designed specifically to serve students. They're going to be opening their doors to students who are off track to graduation. So when we talk with our technical advisory committees, a lot of times they'll service data, you know, they'll say like the average age of our students is over 18. So they're taking students who are already off track to graduation. So the way we look at graduation outcomes in those two settings is a little bit different. In traditional high school, we have that same balance of status and growth. So we look at what is their graduation rate across their 4th year, 5th year, 6th year, and 7th year cohorts. And then we take a look how much did that improve or go down from the previous year. So they receive points for both where's their graduation rate at and how much has it improved. We take a look in alternative schools at their graduation rate specifically, and we say, okay, again, they're not going to have necessarily the same kind of cohort that's all the same age at the same time. A lot of theirs is more dependent on not a year that kids entered high school, but where they are on their journey. So we look and see of their 4, 5, 6, and 7 year cohort, which of those has the best graduation rate. That becomes their graduation measure. But then additionally, we have a large 30% piece of the model that's measuring how many credits are each of these students earning. Are they on track to graduate? That's a measure we had that looks at, you know, from the kids who could reasonably get a high school diploma within this year, how many of those kids did then achieve it? And we also look at from year to year, how many of those students are re-enrolling in high school rather than discontinuing their education. So each of those measures, that's a broad overview of the system. And then I'll turn it back over to Sean.
Actually, real quick, Sean, before you do, if you can go back a slide.
Yeah, sure.
Just putting a little ad out there. Our next A through F study session talks about graduation rate, and it will be split in two. Half of it will be for traditional 912, half of it for our alternative schools. So if board members are excited to learn more about graduation rate or the field, that will be Monday, March 9th at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. And I jumped the gun. I forgot to mention bonus points. There are several areas of bonus points. These are added after all the percentages calculated, but we look at things like science proficiency. For alternative schools, we check the graduation rates of each of their subgroups, both demographic ethnicity subgroups, but also socioeconomics, military enrollment, all those kind of things. We look at the percentage of students who are enrolled in the school or ESS. And then finally, on the College Career Readiness Index, we look at the students. Are they increasing year over year, the number of students who are either enrolling in college or enlisting in the military? All right. Any questions for, I keep forgetting I've got more. Finally, the cut scores. These are approved, as you know, each November, or just the end of October, just prior to the letter grade release in November. These have stayed largely consistent for all models since 2022. The K-8 scores have been consistent since 2017, prior to the pandemic. And generally, the approach to these cut scores has been to evaluate, has there been a change to the inputs of the system, or are we seeing real progress? So in 2022, with the adoption of the ACT test in high school, that led to a recalibration of the system for high schools who are using that. All right. Then I'll turn it back over. Is this you or Jessica? Still me? Man, I'm like anxious to get out of here or something. I'm sorry. I apologize. This takes a longitudinal look as we can kind of see the distribution of scores that we're receiving in each of the models. If you're to look at this in 2017, what you would have seen is kind of just a bell curve where there would have been almost equal buckets in each group. We've seen gradually as time has got on that schools are now achieving, essentially they're understanding the model, they're working towards what they've been asked to do. And so we're starting to see these increases in the percentages of A's and B's and points earned. See, this one was me too. I almost said like, I'm going to turn it over again. A broad overview of the timeline from the board's perspective. This is what the life cycle looks. So typically at the beginning of the year, February, we come to the board with business rules. That's something we've worked very hard. Huge shout out to board staff. That's been a huge point of focus for them, is to get those business rules adopted prior to schools going to summer, so they know and can respond to any changes as they're preparing for the following school year. So February, we bring business rules. Summer is the real kickoff when schools start in earnest on their work. So we send out the first of the data files in mid-June. After all that work has been done, schools have reviewed and validated their data. We come back with those results. We analyze the results and we bring cut score presentations to the board for consideration. And then November appeals open, and we hear those throughout the subsequent months. So that's broadly the cycle for A through F from the board's perspective. And then finally, well, I keep pretending I'm going to leave. I'm sorry. Yeah. But there's been a real push to make the process as transparent as possible. So in 2023, we opened the TAC meetings. Those became public meetings. That's been very helpful as far as receiving public comment. People can join. We always have a lot of people on Zoom, and there's been a lot of awareness and participation from the public in that. The business rules, again, very much developed in public. We have a lot of comment as we're going through those, and we've worked to make those as transparent as possible, putting all the formulas in there. There's always a bit of kind of translation work. You know, we have the computer code that creates the actual numbers and outputs all the data. And ideally, that's supposed to respond to and be informed by what the board has presented. And we try and document what's happening in that code in the business rules so that we have as little disconnect between that whole process as possible. We try and capture in the computer code the decisions of the board, and then document and explain in plain English so that everybody can access it in the business rules. So that's been a continual project to try and make that process. We've moved our data releases forward as far as possible. The goal there has been always, there's an auditing purpose for releasing the data. Schools need to be able to check the results and verify that they're accurate, but also the earlier we can get that information to schools, the more they can also respond to it. So there's been a big push to make it both transparent from a consistency standpoint, but also as far as giving schools actionable data. And then, as mentioned earlier, the approval of those cut scores happens in October. We always bring the cut scores to the board at the end of September. That gives a buffer month where schools can check their records again, provide that auditing purpose, bring specific cases, and we've had a great opportunity the last few years to work with schools in that window. I'll steal Sean Ross's line, but he always likes to say, once those letter grades come out, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So it's been a goal to have a clean release so that initial communication out to the field is as accurate as possible. And I think that's been beneficial for everybody who consumes that data. Sean mentioned, how many statutory places that intersects with. So having that clean release has been a top priority. And then again, appeals, anything that can't be resolved in that window comes to appeals from the board. But we've seen a dramatic reduction. I think when we all started, it was close to 120 appeals that we were getting, more than that. Yeah. And I think this year we looked at closer to 40, right? Yeah. And Let me just see if I have anything else. I think that's it. So I'll hand it back over to Jessica.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Sean. And so we wanted to conduct state comparisons to contextualize Arizona's model. There was some national research done in 2020 of state ESSA plans and accountability systems. And this research analyzed the indicator weights that states are using with their school accountability systems and the rating systems that they're using, whether that might be index-based, performance-based, or A through F letter grades as we have in Arizona. And so Arizona falls into this cluster and identifies cluster 1, which predominantly the states are using A through F letter grades. Predominantly, the states are emphasizing academic growth and achievement with their indicator weights, and they maintain comparatively lower weight on those other school quality and student success indicator that's required by ESSA and our state statute as well. And so it includes Florida, Texas, Tennessee, Ohio, and others. And so Arizona's model reflects a balanced but academically anchored structure. And so when it's compared to these other peers, Arizona has a slightly lower proficiency in elementary grades. And this was a result of those listening sessions that were conducted, a result of the direction from the governor's office and the state legislature to emphasize growth more in our state's accountability system. And so, that cluster for our comparison is that we have a growth weight of 50 and these other states have a growth weight of 42 on average. At the high school level, you also see some differences. We have a higher graduation rate emphasis in Arizona. We have that baked in, as Sean Smith described. We have the status and the growth within high school, and that's been important for Arizona as well. We do match the cluster as far as the weight that we have for our CCRI. Other states might not have a CCRI, might be some other type of measure of school quality for high schoolers, but that was something that was very important to Arizona when we adopted this model. And so this is just an examination of other clusters and we could see how similar are these states with A through F letter grades that Arizona is in to other types of systems of accountability across the United States. And so, in cluster 1, as I said, we are emphasizing proficiency and growth. And in cluster 2, you see that the states are weighting their school quality indicators more heavily. And in cluster 3, they're weighting their English language learner proficiency and growth outcomes a little bit more heavily. And so, this reflects that Arizona has a moderate EL weighting, moderate school quality rating, but that predominant focus on academic outcomes. So it is not purely test score driven, though, of course, but we do prioritize that. So when we get to high school level, the differences are a little bit more pronounced. As I said, we have that higher graduation rate rating. But, in cluster 3 states, they have a higher weight on graduation and EL than even Arizona has. So, however, we are maintaining the academic rigor with our accountability system, but we are including graduation and CCRI more meaningfully in the measures. So this examines for the 11 states that have a 2025 A through F letter grade system, what were their outcomes of their letter grades? And so you can see that Arizona's distribution is not an outlier. States such as Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, and Louisiana show comparable patterns with their letter grades. And this is important for 2 reasons, because it emphasizes that Arizona's system produces distributions consistent with other A through F states, and it reinforces that letter grade systems tend to produce similar outcomes when the academic indicators are weighted more similarly. So, in this cluster of these states, we have a predominant focus on academic growth and academic achievement compared to some other states. And you can see that outcome here. So the next thing that we want to examine is the NAEP, National Assessment of Educational Progress. And so this is an assessment that is provided to in every state, and it also includes public and private. For this purpose, I only have the national public result there at the top, and then you can see Arizona below that. On the left, you have the grade 4 reading average scale score, and on the right, you have the grade 8 reading average scale score. And so what we see with Arizona is that, yes, our grade 4 reading is slightly below the national average based on the 2024 NAEP results. However, it underscores why academic growth is very central to us, because you can see that when it gets to the grade 8 reading trend, Arizona's gains are more favorable than most other states. So this shows that the sustained academic effort from the grade 4 to the grade 8 in our schools is evident. And then this shows the clicker. Oop, here we go. Sorry, it's slowing down. So this is the trend, Arizona's trend and the national trend over time on the grade 4 reading. And so we had the pandemic-related declines that nationwide we're seeing. And so we can see that we are recovering, and we will advance to that direction, just as the national average, gained a little bit as well. So same thing here with NAEP 8th grade reading results, that pandemic-related decline, and then we'll have results sometime in 2027 from the 2026 administration. And so when it comes to the NAEP math results, where we have on the left again the grade 4 math, and on the right we have the grade 8 math, Arizona's results, again, start in grade 4 below national average. They start very below these other states that we're comparing to as well, apart from Utah, Louisiana here. And then by grade 8, we have accelerated that math instruction as well as we did in reading. And so the academic gains that we are seeing in Arizona from those grade levels is substantial in comparison to these other states that are employing letter grade models that have similar accountability indicator weights as we do. And so grade 4 math, the trajectory is a little bit more positive than reading. We've maintained fairly steady, and this is this is something that's not common in most other states from the pandemic decline and pandemic results. And then when we have grade 8 math, our pattern is very similar to the national pattern. And that does reflect that we have that growth that is happening by the time that we achieve to the grade 8. And so in peer pupil expenditures here, I wanted to highlight these comparisons to some other states. Some of these are letter grade states, and some of these are index rating states. And I included a wide spread of different states and the way that they are providing funding to their schools and to their students. And on the right there, you'll also see some data about Arizona's poverty rate and the percentage of students that are economically disadvantaged in Arizona schools, which is 83.2%. And then I'll go to Sean Ross.
Thanks, Jessica. So we've had a little walk down how the current system was developed. That back in 2016, 17, the Every Student Succeeds Act prompted some change in legislation. That change was reinforced by feedback from multiple levels, from the governor's office to the board, to the field, to the public, really looking for a system that assessed multiple measures of student achievement with a focus on a balance of proficiency and growth. So the current system has been in place, but the current system, no system, is perfect. So I'm going to talk about the revision process the board has recently undertaken and sort of how we got to that point. So it's an interesting process because the board, as Jessica said, the technical advisory committees, and we have 3 of them. We have a traditional K-12, we have an alternative school, and we have an Arizona Online Instruction, AOI, technical advisory committee. And each of those TACs meet 2 to 3 hours a month at least, actually sometimes much more depending on the level of work. They're made up of volunteers from across the state. They're made up of a mix of public district, public charter. We have some policy folks. We have big schools. We have small schools. And we have rural schools and we have urban schools. And so it's they do a really good job of bringing all those perspectives to bear to review and refine the system. And something very interesting happened. And actually, Greg Wyman spoke today and called to the public. He's the head of the Arizona Rural Schools Association. And he talked about that indicator scoring bill that he had prompted years ago. So the TACs, starting a couple of years ago, started moving towards building indicator scoring. And what that means is, in addition to giving a letter grade, one summative letter grade for each school, they would assign a letter grade for each of those 6 multiple measures that we discussed. So that way schools would have even more, and families would have even more actionable data, because they would not only see that the school, let's say, got a B, but that maybe the school was really excelling in growth, but their English language learners were really struggling. And that would give the school more direction, the community more direction, and families more direction on how to work. So the technical advisory committees jumped into building that indicator scoring system. And you all have heard me use this analogy before, but I'll make it again. When they were asked to create the original system, the technical advisory committees were asked to bake a cake. And so they did. They went in and they built a system, and that system gives a letter grade to each school. When this new statute came through asking for indicator scoring, they were asked to now, for lack of a better term, reach into that cake and pull out the eggs, the oil, the water, and I'm going to say mix because I've never made anything from scratch in my life. And so they were asked to pull those pieces out, examine them, and then assign them letter grades. And looking at the system, looking whole to part, was a brand new lens for them. And they'll tell you, in fact, that we have a letter from the chair of the Technical Advisory Committee outlining this very process. They'll tell you this was a pretty revelatory moment, because looking at that system from whole to part, looking from cake to ingredients and then back to cake, they were able to see some issues in the system that they realized needed to be addressed prior to anything else. They became the most exigent work they needed done. And they realized that they really needed to address the cake before they could then go look at the individual ingredients, and that by fixing the cake, it would make for a smoother transition to those ingredients. And so we brought those concerns to the board, and the board, at the recommendation of the TACs and others, has implemented this comprehensive refinement system, this comprehensive revision of the system. And that revision really centers on these study sessions. And so I know you're all familiar with this, but just a table set for anybody who might be watching at home. The board, starting in August of last year, has held study sessions on each of the indicators. Proficiency and growth were put together because you really can't disentangle them. We've done 2 of those. We had an English language learner study session. And then on March 9th, we have graduation rate. After that will be CCRI and acceleration readiness, and then bonus points, and then a larger study session on the system and on cut scores. So what these study sessions, the goal of these study sessions, is to allow the board and the public to do a deeper dive into each of the indicators. What's happening under the hood of the summative system? What is the math doing? What does it say? And unflinchingly, where are the problems? And how can the board and the TACs work together to best address those problems? And so as those issues, those study sessions have occurred, issues have emerged within them. And the board has taken those issues and turned them into prompts for direction for the TACs. You most recently voted on a set of these in February, just last month. Oh God, no, January, sorry. We're already planning March. So you just voted on these in January. Prompts to direct the TACs for investigation. The TACs take those prompts, they investigate, they make recommendations, vote to adopt those and send those to the board. The TACs have already made and voted upon a recommendation for proficiency. They're going to look at growth in more detail at the beginning of March, and then those recommendations will come to the board as early as March. So the system is in effect here. We've had several study sessions. There's a few more coming. We've had several meetings where the prompts have been voted upon in a public manner by the board, sent to the technical advisory committees, who discuss them in open and public meetings, make recommendations that will then come back to the board to be voted upon in open and public meetings. So where's it all going? What does it all mean, to quote Jennifer Lawrence? Where we're thinking this may head, and obviously some of this is continued. It depends on board vote, but what the goal is to, by having you all dive into each indicator individually versus approaching the system first, we want to give you all, the TACs would want to give you all, the mechanism by which you have finer tuned control at the indicator level. So you will see my dial image here, which is age appropriate for our board and our staff. But we've got some Rico's here, and Rico probably has never seen a dial radio in his life, and so I have another metaphor here for in a second. But what it's going to allow the board to do is it's going to allow the board to make fine-grained, fine-tuned decisions at the indicator level. Now, this is really important because right now the board only has one mechanism for cut scores by which to enact change, or one sort of that's been presented to the board consistently, I should say. The board has voted to maintain prior year cut scores relatively consistently because output to the outputs in the system have not changed dramatically. The inputs, excuse me, thank you. But the board does always have the ability to do a standard deviation reset of the system and kind of take all the letter grades and put them back on a bell curve. And what we've heard from the field is a worry that that's math happening to the system. That's not necessarily reflective of what the schools are doing. So a school, for example, could be an A. The board could vote to do a standard deviation cut score resetting. Now that school is a C, but the school's practices didn't change from one year to the next. So this is going to give the board the potential to do that fine tuning down to the indicator level. And I'll jump to my Pokemon image to basically deploy the right Pokemon for the right need, deploy the right tactic for the right need. Because the truth is, there may be, and I'm just using an example here, there may be a desire from the board to do some tuning at proficiency and growth. And there may be some real need there as revealed by the study sessions, by the board's discussions, and by the TACs. But perhaps there isn't as much of a need to address, say, graduation rate. And so it'll give the board the ability to really go in and take a look at the system at its component level. And where that's going to go is once the system itself is in place, and we have a little bit of a timeline on a previous slide here. I'll talk about that in just a second. But once the system itself is in its healthiest form, the board will, again, have the ability to really set cut scores and to set aspirational cut scores. So as an example, and this is an example only because obviously this would depend on board vote, the board could take a look at data that says, hey, the growth score should be here for a B. But trend data shows that it could be at this point for a B in a year or two. And the board could really go in and set these future-looking aspirational goals at the indicator level with a goal of prompting increased student achievement. That refinement of the system is also going to make the coming of a potentially new assessment, see item 1 in this meeting, more plug and play and more seamless as a transition. And then once the holistic system is healthier, the indicators are in place, then the TACs can start looking at something that's arisen from the field, which is a real desire for the potential, and I say potential because this would obviously require board discussion and vote, but the potential for new A through F models to address small schools or K2 schools. We had a couple of speakers today talk about the challenges that small schools face in the current system. So as far as the timeline goes, again, the technical advisory committees looked at indicator scoring, realized there was an issue. This was towards the end of 24. The TACs, along with board staff and the board, developed the study session refinement system and put it into place in summer of 25. That system is running now, and that cycle is happening with study sessions, refinements, and votes coming to the board. And then the goal would be to complete those study sessions and those refinements by summer of this year, by late summer of this year, in order to, again, potential to board vote, be implemented for next school year's letter grade release, not this school year, which is already underway. And then all of those other pieces, again, falling into place. So what we're hoping was helpful today was a look at how we got here. Where did that system start? Why do we have the system we currently have? What were the federal and state requirements? What were the federal and state concerns? What were the concerns of the governor, the legislature, the board, and the field, and the public at the time? How has the board worked to maintain that system, refine that system? How did the folks who refined that system in the TACs notice there were issues, or raise them to the level of the board, and then what the board has done in response? So we're hopeful this was really helpful and are happy to take questions if the board has them.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. Are there questions from members of the board? And
Dr. Clay?
I have a comment.
great, Dr. Clay.
I think that this presentation needs to be posted far and wide so that the most important part of our educational ecosystem will understand what's going on. I think one of the biggest things, our weakness in our educational ecosystem, is the communication and learning together. Some of us know this and some of us don't, which causes those who don't to be swayed by the wind. So, and that's to put it lightly. So I would recommend that we take this portion, clip it, and I'm asking my peers far and wide, especially on the board, and educational leaders to post this far and wide so that our community can start asking questions, because people don't know what they don't know. And if we can't give them data, then they're going to go with perceptions. Perceptions are very emotional. And a lot of times perceptions don't have a foundation and they go with the wind. They're not a thermometer. I mean, they're not a thermostat, but they're a thermometer. Up and down, up and down. We need this information that will cause that thermostat effect of, let's look at what's going on. Let's ask the right questions. I'm talking about everyone. Grandma needs to ask those questions. Okay. Everybody needs to be able to ask questions. And this, I think, is very, very important. We need to go ahead and make sure this happens. Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions from members of the board?
Dr. Hightower?
Thank you, Director Ross. I don't have a question, but I do have a few comments on this. 2010, I had just become a school superintendent. And at the time, I guess I didn't recognize it as much as I do now, the vision of our state legislature and our governor to come up with an accountability system that not only measured just one area, that it was really looking at a holistic approach to show and demonstrate what our teachers are doing and what our kids are able to do. I think if there was just one measure, it doesn't really do justice to the work that our teachers and our staff are doing at the schools. So this was the best way to really share, this is what's happening and this is how the schools are progressing and how they're moving. So I'm very grateful for that, particularly because we do have a very diverse population. And I remember in 2010, we had received a huge teacher incentive fund grant in partnership with Maricopa County. And as we engaged in developing a new teacher evaluation system, which that's another law that happened that was interwoven, and for superintendents' performance pay compensation for both, for merit pay for teachers and for superintendents, I was giving a presentation to the families. And I had a few families that were really upset at me because they felt that their kids were different. And how are you going to measure the teachers' performance based on what my kids know and are able to do? And then one of the families started sharing how each one of the kids was different. And this mom shared, I have this son who learns really, really fast and processes really fast. And then I have another one who takes a little bit more time. And then I have another one that has special needs. So how is this a fair and reliable way to provide merit pay for teachers and superintendents? I was able to share with that family that, no, we're actually using growth to do that. It's not going to be based on one assessment at one point in the year. And the family was pretty excited about that we were not just using one measure. So this provides a fantastic historical perspective. The other one, and this evening, actually, I have a student advisory. Last year, the students developed a Bill of Rights from the students' perspective. And today, we're touching on fair evaluation, the right to a fair evaluation. So I think it was pretty visionary from our state legislators and our governor at that time to develop this comprehensive, holistic approach. And then for the State Board of Ed to implement it because you're following the laws that have been set for us. So, and really engaging so many stakeholders. So thank you for that.
Is there any other questions or comments? Member Kavickas.
I wrote down as many questions I could so Sean can't leave. So I do have a couple comments and a couple questions. One is the one thing I've learned the most over the years of being involved in policymaking is it's all about messaging and communication. And one of the things that really stood out to me, I thought I knew a lot about A to F, and many of you know my background, but when I really took the time to look at the law last night and review the slides, one thing jumped out to me. The law talks about progress. We keep using the word growth. Parents don't know what growth means. To Damien Bettenbenner, you know exactly what that term came from, all of that technical work. The law says progress. Parents understand progress. So I really recommend us to start using that term. One, it's what the law says, and two, I think it's more easily understood than growth, because growth is not easily understood. It's a complicated calculation. If anybody's ever tried to read the business rules, you know that. So I really wanted to talk about that for a second. But Sean, you did say something that really struck me too, was that growth is how long does it take to get there? We're not showing that. We're showing how much how far they've gone this year, but we're still not measuring growth to standard, which is how long does it take to get there? So I'd love if you could touch on that a little bit.
President Haley, Member Kavickas, thank you. Yeah, I think that's you hit on a perfect point that we've been looking at in technical advisory committees and also in some of the study sessions. As we've looked at that growth metric, you're exactly right. Some of the weighting and, to use Sean's analogy again, when it's kind of all mixed in there together with the cake, it's hard to extract, are those students making progress? And so that's actually here in a couple of weeks, the first Monday of March, precisely what we're looking at. We want to see where, right now we have it's as though we had two scales like to measure these two phenomena. And one was like a postage scale and one's whatever scale they use at the zoo to weigh the elephants. And you put a thing, it's like, well, this one's always 0 and that one's always maxed out. And the growth one right now, it's always kind of maxed out. So it doesn't tell us, have they made progress, right? So that's one of the things we're going to look at and see when we look at those measures under the hood, where can we see that this level of growth is talking about we're moving forward, we're making gains. And so we will have some data in the hopes of making exactly like you said. If you go through the business rules, one, there's a lot of technicalities in there. Two, it does get mixed in and interpreted in a way that's hard to understand, even if you understand the technicalities. So we're trying really to make that transparent and to surface that. And we ultimately want it again to be connected. In one of that first study sessions, I think I showed a slide where, the growth measure, we had a school where we highlighted where the school's growth increased and their points went down, their growth went down and their points increased, and their growth went down and the points stayed the same. I think that confusion, like you're saying, if we can clean that away, and again, I think like you said, that language of progress as a concept, that's what we want to be reporting is, are schools moving forward rather than just, is this a number from a scale? So I don't know if that answers the question or if you'd like me to go further, but.
A little bit. I don't know that I know we've talked in the past about incorporating the growth to standard measure in, but I do think it's important for us as policymakers and the policy board to communicate, because again, I really took the time to reflect on the law last night, which I had not read 15241 in many years. And it was a good reminder that the system is designed to tell the public how schools are doing, which makes progress. I'm going to use that word now. I'm not using growth anymore. How schools are doing that way. But it is still important. And the disconnect from the public perception is the disconnect between how students are doing and how schools are doing. Because you can make 2 years of academic progress in a year and still be 2 years behind. And that's a problem from a parent perspective. So I've often joked that, remember, Congress passed a law decades ago that requires, if you look on your credit card bills on the top, it says, if you're only making the minimal payment, it's going to take you 32 years to pay off yours. But I feel like we need to have that level of conversation with parents. They need to know, yeah, your student is doing amazing. Look at all this progress they made this year. But this is where they're at, and we're not giving that reality check. And I know there's a great study that was just done out of Ohio a couple months ago by a guy named Chad Alderman, who basically showed the data that if they're not there by third grade, the chances are super slim that they're ever going to catch up. And it's terrifying, but I feel like we need to be there. I'm not saying that that needs to inform accountability, but that's the disconnect from the public that rattles us, because it doesn't seem completely connected. But I did want to say that I don't think the business rules are in plain English. I'm not suggesting you rewrite them, but I've tried to read them. I'm just telling you they're not in plain English. They're for our research directors who use that. But again, progress is not easily understood. I'm looking at all my notes. The model is not easily understood at all. You have to be kind of a psychometrician to understand it. And proficiency is not transparent. You alluded to that as well. Proficient, I think when I hear somebody's proficient in something, it means they can do that really well. But when the way we've set cut scores, it's not a reflective. So I'm really thinking about the language that we're using, how we're labeling the A through F grades, how we're labeling, it's a disconnect from the public. And I think we really need to be thoughtful about that, because it's not proficient. If you're getting, 52% of the answers right, that's not proficient.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Kravickas. I think, the point of agreement where we'll find is, and I think we can all agree, like with any of these measures and metrics, there's always going to be problems with anything we adopt. There won't be a perfect system, but I think as a North Star, the better we can make the communication, like you said, and make that as clear as possible. As Sean pointed out, like ideally the process is one of continuous improvement, where we're able to make refinements, try and make it better communication to the public. I liked what Dr. Clay said, when she said a grandparent should be able to ask and understand and at least have a chance. I say that a lot, like who do we want schools to be accountable to? Like the Department of Education, we're just going to put your name on a spreadsheet. Like we want you to be accountable to your communities, to the family members. And that starts with, like you said, making that system more and more accessible. And again, I think another point of agreement is, I think you hit on it and expressed it very well. But there's a difference between student needs and school quality. And throughout that statute, like I said, it mentions over and over school quality, academic progress, measure the impact of a school in a given school year. And so our hope is that I would agree, I think as you're describing the current system, there's a lot of room for improvement. And hopefully as we're moving and we can continue to clarify and make those much clearer. I do think we have a few concrete ways we can do. I can go into them, but I might get everybody falling asleep. But I just want to reiterate support and agreement with what you're saying of that should be our goal of effectively communicating so that everybody who has a stake in the system can engage in a conversation rather than only those who've managed to successfully navigate the business rules I'll use the example all the time, like if I was to go to just like a member of the public and say, hey, your school got 19.3 points in growth. Are you happy or angry? They're like, I have no idea. Like, well, there's a 75-page document here. If you can figure out what type of school they are and which kid, then you'll start to understand. But so again, I think if we can one, adjust the measures and do some of that refinement that Sean said. I'm old enough, the radio dial analogy works well for me. But if we can do that refinement and we can start saying to the schools, growth or progress, you got an A, a B, a C, or D, or an F in that. And here's where you are in terms of proficiency and status. Here's where you are in terms of growth and progress. At least then, again, with any imperfections. We anticipate imperfections, but at least then people can start to meaningfully say, okay, I see where you're going. Maybe you do have like the school you described where you're 2 years behind still, but I can see that you've made 2 years worth of progress. Like we're hope to get to a level where that's a little more clear.
Thank you, Sean. And hopefully you can take this back to Superintendent Horn. I think the other side of that coin is our school report cards. And so AD has done a great job of keeping the report cards up to date over the years, but I would love to see how we could take those to the next level in terms of use of really good communications and graphic styles to make sure that all of that information is easy accessible, right? Because the letter grades do one thing, but the school report cards have I'm on those report cards all the time. There's a lot there, but I think it's time for a refresh. But especially with component scoring coming, that's going to be the place where parents need to go to get that information, not the pivot table on the ADE website in the research and assessment division, but rather the school report cards.
Yes, 100%.
Are there other questions from members of the board?
I've got a question, President Haley.
Sure, Member Haney.
I'm the isolated board member way over here. No one wants to sit by me. Thank you. I would like to first of all thank the staff for this great presentation. It's very informative for someone who's new to the board and new to so much of this information. I really appreciate it. Echoing the comments that have been made, especially Dr. Clay's comment regarding communication and how critical that is for everybody, for us, but most especially parents and families, to understand what this means. You know, I've driven down the highways and I've seen the school districts that put the banners on the walls that say we're an A school or B school or whatever. I don't ever see any banners that say we're a D school or an F school. And so we distill this down into a single letter, and sometimes that can be harmful for so many people. So I think the understanding what the grade means and what goes into it, I think is critical for everyone to understand. Again, coming at this from a place of ignorance and being a newbie on the board. So my question really is related to that in terms of what is provided to the schools in terms of, I'm going to use the phrase talking points, and I don't mean that in terms of spin. I really mean it to be how are they able to describe what where the score comes from and what that really means as far as the school is concerned and as far as the progress of the students. Progress, I use that word, Member Krivickas.
Thank you. Yeah, President Haley, Member Haney, thank you. Excellent question. And I think if I can kind of talk some of the years of work we've done with it. Initially, when a lot of this came out, a lot of the emphasis was on, the documentation. A lot of the communication was really driven to have an auditing purpose. So internally, when schools log into ADE Connect to see their data, the business rules, all of that very technical language was meant for schools to be able to audit the process. And again, as now we're several years into this, and I've been here for a few years, we've been trying to make those adjustments to now, okay, what can we do beyond just auditing? Because this isn't used just by the data nerds like me at the district. We need parents and everybody to be able to understand what's going on. So a few refinements we made. This was a suggestion from one of our technical advisory committee members, was the first 11 pages of the business rules now are kind of a non-technical document. They don't go into any formulas or anything. They say, here's what we're talking about when we say proficiency, here's what we mean. And I mean, it sounds almost overly simplified to say it, but this was something we put in just a few years ago where we said, when we say proficiency, we don't mean pass rate. We're talking more like average performance on the test. So just a few little things like that. When we say, hey, when we're talking growth or academic progress, keep in mind that there's extra points awarded if you had very struggling students to start off with. So we tried to incorporate some of that right up front. Sean Ross had a great suggestion early on, like the life cycle that we looked at, just so that people could see, like, here's how the whole process works. So that's one of those things I definitely don't want to say we've perfected it, more an invitation of, and we say this in all sincerity, any good ideas like that we can make it more clear, as I'll be the first to acknowledge I'm one of the nerdy guys that sits there. I'm like, this makes sense to me. I don't know what the problem is. It's clearly quantile regression. I mean, how simple can you talk? So any suggestions? So that's first and foremost. We've tried to cultivate those relationships with schools. Just please, tell us where we can help access this. And then, but I do think like the biggest one is that move to indicator scoring, where that's one of the key things that we hear from the public most often is like, hey, like the school has an overall letter grade of a B. That to me, that just sounds like you're saying everything's fine. But like I see things here that I'm concerned about. I mean, there's great things going on, sure, but what, like, are you just saying everything's fine? So I think the breakdown where we're gonna have more honest communication and say this is going well, this needs some work, this is a red flag, or everything's doing good. So I think the more we can move in that direction, we're trying to, and sincerely, any suggestions we appreciate from a perspective like, hey, I'm just trying to access this. Could you tell me A, B, or C? We'll definitely try and incorporate those. Did you want to jump in, Sean?
Yeah, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Haney. So there are just a couple of things I want to echo Member Kravickus's focus on this ADE school report card as a real mechanism for communication as well. Where the board is charged with the release of letter grades and not only summative but soon indicator as well. That is a place where a lot of really excellent, more detailed, more nuanced communication can happen. For example, I taught a good portion of my career at a performing arts school. The magic of that is not captured in a letter grade, right, necessarily, but it is in that school report card. And then from the board side, while the board is a policymaking body, we do actually have a plan for more communication with families in the field. Shannon Etz, sitting over there, who runs our student advisory panel and our State Board Student Month programs, amongst other things. One of the things we are having Shannon transition to is the creation of short videos, webinars, materials for different audiences on different elements of the work of the board. So Shannon is actually well steeped in A through F because of her work, and that will be some of the projects that come up as this revision process moves a bit further. So thanks for letting me put you on the spot, Shannon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Are there other questions from the board?
Yes, Madam President, it's Member Kravickus.
Great. Member Kravickus.
I agree with Member Clay that this presentation should be obviously made available, which we do. But I think there's one huge glaring piece still missing. It's this indicator component scoring, which even that term, we all throw it around like we know what it is. I feel like that is the huge game changer that's about to come that people don't know. We don't really talk about it in here. I'd love to see, like, in this year, the legislature made this amendment and this is what it looks like. And by the way, here's what it looked like when Ohio did. That's the only reason I'm familiar with it, is because I remember when Ohio did it. And literally when you went on their school report cards, like a school would have, 5 different grades. And I was like, holy cow. I don't think people have a full understanding of when that happened, why it happened, what does it mean, and what is it going to look like? Because it's game changing.
Member Kravickus, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, Member Kravickus. We actually, Sean, Jessica, and I did a ton of just a road show about indicator scoring about a year ago when that was right. That coincided right when the tax noticed, gosh, wait, indicator scoring is showing us these issues. So we full agreement. We have those presentations in our back pocket. As the board's refinement process goes through, we're going to hit the road again and talk quite a bit about indicator scoring. We didn't put it in this presentation as thoroughly because it is something the board has received many times. Now I wish I had put a little bit more present in there, but definitely we will take that to heart. And Sean and Jessica and I will, like I said, once the board this process has moved more towards completion, we will definitely be doing some road shows about that for folks.
I do have a question. So I'm really hopeful for the new assessment that's coming. Some of you may have heard me talk about the assessment that we have now, and I'm not a big fan of it. So I do feel that this letter grade system at least provides a better picture than the actual state standardized assessment that we currently have. So as you're thinking of making revisions with the advisory teams, like what comes first? Like, is it the assessment or is it the revisions to the A through F letter system without knowing what assessment we'll have?
President Haley, Dr. Hightower, thank you. Great question. So if you can forgive me for geeking out a little bit here. So the lens that we've looked at it through my team and I, most of it, data science background. So that may just be our lens, but we came in and looked at if we all have experience building machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms, and there's some best practices there to get a stable model, because you want that to be robust against change. You don't want it to be so rigid that if some new information comes in, it can't process it. So there's a lot of those principles that we're building in that it should allow us to be very flexible. I'm trusting Sean on the Pokemon analogy. I'm going to verify with my daughter tonight just to make sure that that's all accurate. But we do want it to be able to say, all right, if we get a better metric, this allows us to easily plug and play, and the system can respond to it. So we're trying to build something that's robust to change and that's flexible enough that we can make adjustments. I think a lot of what we've seen is on this improvement process, what makes it so difficult in that some of the processes, if you've got the whole balance of the cake, trying to extract one of those things and replace it with another when it's all put together is almost impossible. So as we're doing the breakdown, we very much try to design with flexibility in mind. And again, a robust system that lets us, if a new piece comes in, we'll be able to tune and adjust to make sure that fits within the overall and plays nicely with the other indicators. So that's very much on our radar. Yeah.
Are there any others? I see Member Katniss.
Thank you so much for this information. I just have a question about kind of like to Sean's point about working at an art school. I wonder if there's a way in our A through F model to also highlight key things that make that school or that district unique. So for instance, if third grade reading is really great at that school, or in my community, we want to highlight our English language learning programs, or algebra, geometry at a school, things like that. Because I also think that one thing with A through F letter grades is that it is a source of pride for kids and families. And I've been at a school that was almost an F school. I've been at a school that is almost an A school. So I've seen sort of how the culture shifts whenever a label is applied to a school, but also it doesn't do justice in terms of also celebrating the different things that are going well for kids and families. So that was just one suggestion.
President Haley, Superintendent Horton, Member Katniss. Yeah, absolutely. That is actually Member Kravickas and I made eye contact right when you started that question, because the ADE school report card, one of the purposes of that data, one of the purposes of that creation of that, which was called for in statute, is to add that context. So where a letter grade is, going to be a letter grade, indicator scoring will give you a lot of what you were asking for, right? It'll tell you how that school's doing with their ELs, how that school's doing with growth. But that other piece, that, kind of magic piece you were talking about a strong performing arts program, a really robust CTE program, those kinds of pieces, those will show up in the school report card. And I do think it sounds like this board is interested in, as part of that revision process we're undertaking for the system and for indicators, having a tail end piece of that revision process be that really thoughtful development of a communication plan in conjunction with ADE, where we leverage both agencies' resources to do that very thing. I think I've already jotted that down. So it sounds like that's a part that the board would be pretty interested in. And I would encourage folks, if they haven't, to take a look at that report card page, because it does have some of that data, though. I'm going to put Margaret Dugan from ADE under the gun here. I think ADE would be very willing to work with the board to make that page more robust. She's saying yes. So thank you.
But this is great. Are there any other questions from members or comments from members of the board? Dr. Hagerman.
So just a quick comment, kind of it goes along with Member Kavickas. And I do think the definitions, even though the beginning of the business rules are supposed to be kind of written in a non-technical terms, getting better definitions of what acceleration, progress, and proficiency that is a little more user friendly and maybe out front so that people see it, and when they read things they can connect the numbers and the data they see to what the definition is. So I really appreciate that comment, and I think we should look at kind of even beyond just progress of all those measures to make sure that there's a functional definition that a non psychometrician could read and understand what they're seeing.
Great. I love just my own personal comments. I really enjoyed this discussion, and thank you to ADE and the State Board for your presentation, your comments, walking through the history and the intent behind our accountability system. I thought, today's conversation provided a lot of comments on definitions and communications, and I think each of those are really critically important as we move forward. So many thanks to all of you for this discussion. Any other comments? Okay, Member Kravickas.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on what Dr. Hagerman said. Sean, you said it best, is that proficiency most people think equals pass rate, because we don't use those terms. So it's all language, messaging, communication. How can we rethink all that? But that's exactly, I never thought of that, but that's exactly the connection, and it's so not. But when we use proficiency, that's what people assume. So then again, we widen that disconnect between what the letter grades are supposed to show. I think you're almost free to go now, almost.
All right. I think for those of us that are on camera, it would be great if we took a quick break. And my recommendation, if we could do 5 minutes, it's currently 11:40. If folks could get back by 11:45, that would be awesome. All right, are we ready to go?
Not quite yet, President Haley. I think we've got a couple members returning to the dais here. Just a second. Just about one more minute there, President Haley. We've got a couple members returning. Okay, President Haley, we have quorum.
Okay, great. Well, thanks again for that presentation. I believe we're now going to move on to item 4C. And with that, Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, item 4C is the annual vote to adopt business rules for letter grade release. This was something Sean Smith talked about in the previous presentation. In fact, interestingly, we have the beginning and end of the A-F cycle for the board in this same meeting, in that you'll be voting on business rules, and then the next item is closing appeals. So nice little lifespan all in one meeting. Sean Smith is here to talk about the business rules for this year and to take any questions. Sean?
President Haley, members of the board, you cannot get rid of me. So thanks again for the time to look over the business rules for this year. So first of all, I want to place them in the context of, as Sean highlighted, there's a larger strategy as we're trying to refine the overall system, get down into the pieces as well. And so a lot of the work on the business rules this year has been in the awareness that we're going to be making some bigger changes in the future. So we wanted to focus on stability while still adopting any important technical changes that needed to attention as far as fixes there. So broadly, overall, a lot of it's going to look the same, but I'll highlight a few key technical changes. So one of the things that we're going to implement is summative score rounding. This is a concern that came up a lot in the appeals this year. So currently our scores are out to hundredths of a percentile, or excuse me, a percent. And I mean, we're good at measuring, but I don't know if we're that good. That's pretty precise. And a lot of times we're capturing differences that aren't meaningful. If I'll tell you in math class, you can't measure a number with more precision than your least precise input. And for us in A-F accountability, that's human students, that's kids, and they come in whole numbers. So a lot of times those decimal points don't add a lot of meaning. So we're going to implement rounding. It simplifies the process. It provides clear communication. It's supported by the data. This is an ask from the field as far as when they're trying to interpret things. Very comparable with other states. Most other states are going to take it to a closer level precision to what they have. It was something that we looked at. We couldn't find a way to really implement it after grades were produced last year, just because we'd have numbers going up and down. We didn't want to create a situation where some schools were then getting a lower score just based on the rounding. So again, normal process, we bring it to the technical advisory committees and to the business rules, and we implement that for everybody going forward. And I can pause. Any questions on rounding? We're also going to be implementing MSAA growth. So MSAA is our alternative assessment. This is for the students with the most severe cognitive needs. This is one where we owe a huge thank you to Member Kravickas. She's worked with us through this whole process. But I think she's embodied a principal I used to work with said, he wanted no school at his student to be invisible. And so Member Kravickas has highlighted this for us. Initially, it was one that from a technical perspective, it was kind of hard to do. It's like, well, we don't have enough students to do student growth percentiles like we do with everybody else. So we worked back and forth to find ways to bring it in. And again, the key goal of it was, this is a small percentage of students. It's about 1% of students in the state who are going to take this assessment. So it's not going to have a big impact on letter grades. It does, however, give information to educators. It helps provide visibility for those students who have needs and who are making academic gains, and they're showing progress, and their needs are important as well. So bringing that into the system, we found a way to do it. Again, took a long time, but we're glad to bring that in so we can include their results and they become visible. And any questions on MSAA growth?
Thank you. Hi, Sean. Can you give us a 2-second synopsis of how we're doing it?
Sure. So what we settled on was, in the overall system, we calculate these kind of complicated student growth percentiles that take large numbers to do. But in the current system, we condense that down into a 0, 1, or 2, kind of high, medium, and low growth. And what we realized was that usually corresponds to going up a performance level or going down a performance level. So we just took MSAA and we have that data. We can see when they're going up, when they're going down. So we kind of created a concordance to map that onto, student growth percentiles have this complicated math, but they're really saying, are we going up? Are we going down? Are we staying the same? And we just took that same conceptual understanding from MSAA and said, are they going up, going down? Mapped it on the same 0, 1, 2 scale so that we could incorporate it. And again, this is one of the key pieces, as you heard from the educators here earlier. Educators want to know how their students are doing. So if we can provide that for their MSAA students and say, hey, they're showing high growth, they're showing average growth, or they're showing low growth, they're moving back, that gives them just another lever they can pull and conversation they can have with teachers who are serving those students.
When will this go into effect?
This will be, thank you, for the 2025-2026 letter grades. So for the year, we're going to start testing here in just a couple months. Students who take the MSAA in a couple months will then, their scores will be reported in that way to their teachers. And
Thank you so much. I've been advocating for this for a super long time, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next technical change we're looking at is Fay group weighting. So this one, again, it goes back to kind of what we've been discussing about trying to put a name with things that communicates what it's doing. So this was previously called stability proficiency, which raised some confusion a lot of times with school leaders and saying, oh, this is your proficiency, this is your stability proficiency. People are like, I don't know what either of those things mean. I recognize their words, but so what we're trying to communicate, the intent of this was that we had schools where you may have a population with high mobility. Students are moving in and out, they're coming and going, and then you'll have some students who are there for multiple years. What we wanted to see, again, in the legislation, it talks about this, the system's supposed to meaningfully measure the impact of schools in a given year. So we tried to look and see, all right, these are the students who have had the most exposure to education at this school. If they've been there multiple years, we wanted to emphasize in this measurement their results. Counterintuitively, the way it was happening was that it was actually overemphasizing the results of students who were highly mobile. So I don't want to get way into the technical weeds, but the current system was an average of an average, so the proportions could get out of whack, especially for small schools. We just changed that to a weighted student average, again, taking it down to the student level and saying what proportion of each of these kind of groups of mobility do you have? And then that would translate to the school, so we get a better read on, are we really seeing the effects of mobility the way we'd intend to see it? So so again, we've renamed that as Fay proficiency. So we have the understanding, hopefully, that we're emphasizing students who have been there multiple full academic years. Any questions on that one? Okay. Yeah, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. My understanding of when we used Fay the most was determining which test scores even went into the system. So can you explain to me how this is? So with what you're describing, I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, President Haley, members of the board, Member Kravickas. Thank you. Yeah, please at all times stop me if I can clarify any of this. So yes, the first and foremost usage we have for FAE, full academic year, is to select students. We say who's going to be included here. The goal being we want to see, again, as you highlighted, we're trying to see what the school's doing, not what the students are needing. So we want to see just the results of students who've been there the full academic year, who the school had a chance to impact. So almost all of the indicators are going to have some metric kind of like that, where we say like, all right, let's just see students who are here the whole year. Additionally, so for elementary schools, this has been in there for 6 or 7 years, and it probably says something where we're like, hey, what is this thing? But schools could get the best score of either their regular proficiency as we do it, so their kind of average performance level, or this weighted score that emphasized, or that was designed to emphasize the results of students who had been at the school the longest. The way it was implemented, it just wasn't happening. I can get down into the technical. But I mean, for example, let's say you had a small school, and with 100 students, 90 of them had been there at the school for 2 years or more, and 10 of them had just kind of come this year. They were there the whole year, but they've only been at this school for a year. What was supposed to happen is say, I'm going to emphasize the students who've been here the longest, because that does the best to tell me the impact of this school. I can see these guys over 3 years, and if they're all struggling and we just got 10 high performers in, we want to emphasize the fact that the school is struggling, or vice versa. If the school is doing really great and you just got 10 students in who have really high needs, we want to emphasize what has happened the most. Oddly enough, the way it was processed before was to kind of divvy that up. So especially in small situations, those 10 students, in that school's case that I outlined, those 10 students would represent 40% of the total point allocation, while the other 90 students would end up representing 60. And so that was what was kind of happening across the board, was the students who were moving around the most got overemphasized to what they actually represented in the population. And so we tried to smooth it out to where what we're seeing now is proportionally. So under the hood, the way it works now is, let's say if you'd been at the school for 3 years, I'm going to put your test score into the pool 3 times, so that the majority of schools, or excuse me, the overall result that we see is mostly represented by the students who have been at the school the longest. And please forgive me if that went too technical.
No, thank you. That was super helpful. But it just highlights to me that we don't have just 6 components. We have a myriad of policy decisions baked in the business rules. And this is why we often get criticism, might be a harsh word, but concerns raised, because it's not as simple as those 6. And every time an issue, schools raise an issue of how unfair this is, we create another rule. And I'm not discounting the fairness of addressing that, but I think we have to be more transparent about the myriad of ways that we're trying to address every possible thing that could happen at school to make sure it's fair, because those are all policy decisions. And it far extends just easily 5 or 6 components.
President Haley, Member Kravickas, I think you highlight in the literature, a lot of times this will describe, for a system that's mature and has undergone some changes, literature will often describe it as subtraction neglect. We like to bring things in to try and make the system better, but a lot of times we don't take things away to make it more simple. And so I think, like, as we've had the discussions moving forward and we're trying to refine the system, we have been talking about, like, how can we simplify? Are there things that we no longer need? I don't know. I'm not saying like, hey, let's get rid of this one, but I think you're highlighting an important point as we do the work moving forward. Where are places that, instead of adding things to better measure, we also need to ask that flip side question of, what can we take away to remove some complexity? So yeah, I agree with that. The next one is a change really just in the business rules. So the FAE definition for alternative online schools, the code is functioning correctly. It has been functioning correctly per policies and the board's direction. But the documentation of it in the business rules was not capturing what the code was actually doing. There's a caveat about for an online school, most schools, a 10 days of consecutive absence triggers an automatic withdrawal. That's not the case for online schools. That was still in the business rules. So it just clarifies to say that the determining factor for an online student being considered full academic year attendance is the number of minutes that they've attended. So just a minor clarification there. Again, on each of these slides, I've mentioned that these have gone to the technical advisory committees for approval. Whenever we find one of these little mistakes or bugs, we bring it to the technical advisory committee. We always want to make sure like, hey, this has been in there. Is this functioning the way it's supposed to? So we try and capture history, board guidance, and technical advisory committee guidance on all of these. Any questions on that one? Okay. And this one is kind of tiny to see on the screen, but this is some data that Jessica originally presented to us. I want to highlight. It's an insight. When I saw it, when she presented it, I thought this was a great illustration of the entire system, but we'll talk about it in terms of the CCRI, College Career Readiness Index for alternative schools. So, and again, I want to make sure I'm understanding this is not an implementation for the 25-26 school year. We have a note in the business rules telegraphing a lot of this thing like indicator scoring. We're trying providing people a long runway and a lot of time to hear about it. So this will be the second year that we put this note in. But when we discuss this with the technical advisory committees, what we're seeing is that almost every alternative school is achieving a full score of 35 points on the College Career Readiness Index. And so that has some effects. That's created policy discussions and stuff. What Jessica highlighted when she put this data together was that when that goal was set in 2019, the first year of alternative school models, most of the schools were not. So you can see on the graph there in my box plots, there's a wide range of score outcomes for alternative schools in 2019 for college career readiness. And you know, what we've heard back on those discussions at the time, we said, all right, here's what it takes to earn, you have to get 1 point to earn a full score of 35. And at the time they're like, that's really ambitious. We don't think we can do it. They've responded, they've found ways to do it. And now almost uniformly, almost everybody's getting that. And so the technical advisory committees have said, now with that progress, it's time to move that threshold higher. We want to have the same impact. We want to say, you know what, 1.5 would have seemed impossible a year ago or 3 years ago, but now we can all see that that's possible. So let's raise the threshold and move ourselves forward so we can find more ways to prepare students for college and career. So this will be a more robust threshold. We put that language in again. This will be the second year. We've also incorporated this into the alternative school application. We're trying to really get the word out. So any school that applied for alternative status this year, checked a box to say, I know this is coming. Here's our contact information so we can continue back and forth. And we want to give them a long runway on this, but we've been very proud of our technical advisory committee members who've brought this forward and said like, hey, we want to raise the bar. We'd like more accountability for this. And we want to continue to serve our students the best we can. Any questions on that one? That is my last one. These are just images. So, all right. With that being said, I'll stand for questions.
Right. Are there questions from members? And I can't see the group, so.
We don't have any questions on the dais, President Haley.
Okay. I guess then the question standing is whether or not we choose to approve the board, the K8 through 4F, accountability models and business rules for traditional K through 8 and 9-12 schools, non-typical hybrid configuration, and the 9-12 alternative schools, and the AOI schools as outlined in the supporting documents, the omnibus business rules document for 2025 through 2026 as presented in the supporting documents, and the College and Career Readiness Index spreadsheets for the 2025 through 2026 school year as presented in the supporting documents. So that is the next item. Is this what we want to proceed to? And if so, I would like to have a motion.
So moved.
And I'll second.
Member Haney and Dr. Hagerman seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thanks so much, Sean. We appreciate your presentation. Moving on to item 4D. This Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. As we discussed in an earlier presentation, the A through F season ends for the board for 1 year with the approval of appeals. This is the same item the board had last month, but just with a different batch of appeals. Special thanks to the appeals committee, Dr. Hagerman, Dr. Clay, member Catanese, who met twice to review appeals from the field. And again, these are the second batch of recommendations. Jessica stands ready if the board has any questions.
Any questions from members of the board? Seeing there are none, I would like to have a motion that the board approve the A through F Appeals Committee recommendations, the rationale and conditions as provided. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Hightower.
Dr. Hightower makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kravickas seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Awesome.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. President Haley, given that we have a time crunch from a member, would you like to move the items F, G, and H are all rulemaking items that the board has seen multiple times? It might be best to address those items. So kind of F through I next, and then we can come back to item E, which will be the more
Sure,
robust.
that sounds great.
Okay, so item
Sounds great.
F would be next.
All right, moving to item 4F. This is Deputy Director Duplanty. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to close rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-615V, the teacher leader endorsement.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, you voted to open this rule on December 8th. We had an update in the January meeting, and then this is before you for decision today to close rulemaking and adopt the rule. As a reminder, this creates an optional teacher leader endorsement that gets attached to valid teaching certificates with a minor set of requirements and a couple different pathways of obtaining that optional teacher leader endorsement. With that, I stand ready for questions.
Are there questions from members of the board?
No questions at this time, Member Haley, President Haley.
Okay. In that case, do I have a motion that the board adopt the draft of proposed rules and close rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-615V, teacher leader endorsement?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so Dr. Hagerman makes the motion and Dr. Hightower seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Great. Moving to item 4G, as in George. This is Deputy Director Planty.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Just like the last item, this is you voted to open this rule in December. We updated you in January, and then it's before you again today. These are really centered around just technical corrections to the gifted endorsement requirements. This endorsement rule was pretty old, didn't include all the certificates, and the technical corrections remove some barriers, clarify some expectations, and allow it to be placed on more certificates. With that, I stand for questions.
Any questions for members of the board? Seeing there are none, do I have a motion that the board adopt the draft of proposed rules and closed rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-615M regarding the gifted and pre-K through 12 endorsements?
So moved.
Member Katniss makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kravickas seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing there are none, the motion carries. Great. Item 4H. This is item 4H, Deputy Director Duplanty.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Likewise with this one, there's some issues identified in the alternate teaching certificate brought forward from the department to the Certification Advisory Committee, who pushed this forward to you. You opened rule in December. We updated you in January, and it's again before you. This really is a technical cleanup, but does make sure that our alternative teaching certificate aligns to IDE expectations and not being longer than 3 years, as well as requires some supports for folks in special education programs. And then some other minor technical changes. With that, I stand for questions.
Do we have any questions from members of the board? Okay, with that, do I have a motion that the board adopt the draft of proposed rules and closed rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-614E regarding alternative teaching certificate?
So moved, Lupita. Second.
I didn't, Dr. Hightower made the first motion. Who is second?
Member Haney.
Member Haney. All right, there we go. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing there are none, the motion carries. And now we'll go to item 4I. This is Policy Director Yanez.
Good afternoon, President Haley, members of the board. In everyone's interest and time, I'll keep my comments brief on the ledge update as I typically do to move us forward onto the next presentation. As of right now, staff is largely working in a technical space. We're providing feedback as members need it at the legislature. We have sort of hit the first bottleneck period of the legislative session. Last week was the close of bills being moved through their committee of origin. So as you look at the legislative cycle right now, at the close of February right now, we know generally the content of the education bills that will be moving forward into the next period of session as they move over to the subsequent chambers from the House to the Senate, Senate to the House. There is one item that is up for discussion on the agenda right now. President Haley, would you like to introduce that item?
Sure, happy to. The question that I have is the HB 2838, the Education and Workforce Innovation Pilot Program. I know there was quite a bit of attention during the Education Committee's hearings this past week, and just wanted to offer a few comments and would love to open up for further discussion from other board members, if that's all right. Okay, I guess I'm the chair, so I can just speak. First of all, I just want to say that an initiative of Northern Arizona University, many of us have participated, and I know the state board has been invited to participate in a series of conversations around the future of education and workforce in the state. And I'm so grateful that the board has been involved and has been allowed to participate, ask questions, and learn from others. when this particular bill, HB 2838, came before the legislature, I have to say that I had some concerns. While the state board is able to carry out the different tasks that the legislature directs it, I am a little concerned about the pilot being housed within the State Board of Ed, in part because most of our roles and responsibilities are really like they're regulatory. It's implementing policy. We receive advice from other organizations, and that actual technical assistance in implementing policy has historically not been within our purview. Of course, the ledge can direct us, but I really want to stress that I was really excited about this proposal. I like this idea of a sandbox. We currently, through the state board, have an Executive Director Ross mentioned it earlier, we do have waiver authority, typically in the context of A-rated schools seeking additional flexibility. However, it does not exempt individuals from eliminating things like their A through F letter grades, the state accountability system, certain reporting requirements and such. So we have had a history of waiver authority, but what was unique about this opportunity was that it was giving essentially 5 schools and or districts from across the state, urban, rural, charter, et cetera, an opportunity to sort of ask for waiver authority in order to address education to workforce initiatives. And I was a little concerned that we would have that technical expertise. So I would like to weigh in that I'm really supportive of this particular idea, but believe that the technical assistance and the implementing authority should be within the Arizona Department of Education. They have the experience. I really want this idea to succeed. And so would hope that as we think about this legislation moving forward, perhaps we can work with the legislature to allow for its success, rather than a good idea that the state board was unable to appropriately implement. So with that, I'm happy to let other members offer their comments. Dr. Hagerman?
Just to confirm, I'm with your opinion too. I really think the idea of focusing on innovation in schools is a great idea, and that the work that we've been participating is really interesting and hopeful. But I also have some concerns about the logistics of it. I think some of the ideas you just put forward seem really thoughtful, and I'm in support with what you said.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the board on this specific policy anyway? And then we can also go to others.
I have a comment
Dr.
also.
Clark.
Thank you. I believe that this board is in the, what our responsibility is policy and not implementation. And I definitely do agree. I don't think we have the bandwidth to implement this and it be effective and it become what we really vision it to be. There's a saying, put your aces in the right places. All right. And I think the aces in this issue would be the Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Any other Policy Director Yanez, are there any other points that you'd like to raise, or are there other legislative matters that other members would like to raise during this point?
President Haley, that concludes the comments I had planned on making, but I'm available for member questions.
Any other member questions? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Policy Director Yanez. We appreciate it. I think with that, we'll go back to item 4E. Is that all right? This is, or did I miss something?
Sorry, one moment, President Haley, Dr. Clay?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that the only one we're going to discuss? That one for now?
Yes, Dr. Clay, that's the only bill currently on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, President Haley.
Okay, with that, I'd love for us to go back to item 4E as in Edward. This is a discussion of early literacy data and the Move On When Reading K-3 program and other legislation programming related to early literacy. So Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. At the board's request, with us today is Linda Burrows, the Deputy Associate Superintendent of Academic Standards from the Arizona Department of Education, to talk about not only the state of early literacy in Arizona, but in particular a focus on Arizona's K-3 reading legislation, Move On When Reading. Linda?
Wonderful. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you so much for having myself and my Director of ELA in Mauer, Tiana Sanchez, to come and speak to you today. This is kind of a Mauer one-on-one review, and for people that are new, really what is the department doing? How are we moving things along and holding folks accountable? So as a one-on-one, I'm kind of starting at the beginning and really talking about the pieces of legislation that gave us and brought to us the Mauer program. So Move On When Reading does reside in 3 separate pieces of legislation. The first one being ARS 15701. This piece of legislation was the part that brought about the 3rd grade retention to hold kids back who are not reading at grade level unless they met one of 4 exemptions, which are an EL student, a student in the process of getting an IEP or a special ed evaluation, a student that demonstrated a proficiency on a collection of reading assessments, or also a student that maybe received remedial or summer interventions and then was at grade level. It also, this piece of legislation required parent notification that LA schools and districts are required to let parents know your child is not where they should be, and these are the things we're doing for that. The other piece of legislation is ARS 15704. This is legislation required that every school screen students in grades kinder, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade 3 times a year with a literacy screener. That data has to be turned into the Department of Education. It also required that schools use a Mauer vetted curricula, that the Department of Ed does their research. They have a committee that vets these curriculums. They look at the research studies to make sure that they're evidence-based and provides that list to schools. And then schools choose from that list the curriculum that they use to teach reading to students in grades kinder through 3rd. And the last piece of 15704 required that schools provide ongoing teacher training that is evidence-based in the science of reading and that provides those that instruction to teachers at continuing education. The last piece of Mauer legislation is ARS 15211. This is where it requires every school and district to provide a literacy plan to the Department of Education. The Department of Education then reviews those literacy plans to make sure they are in compliance with the legislation. It also requires that every school have at least one person on their campus that is designated as a dyslexia trained educator or evaluator to provide supports for teachers and students. And it appropriates then the funding to be used for the Move On When Reading program. And that funding can be used in a variety of ways: to buy curriculum, to pay for teacher training, to pay for campus needs, all related to the science of reading. Next, we get to the requirements of the Move On When Reading program. It does require what we call an MTSS, which is a multi-tiered system of supports. Tier 1, and this is all based off of the ESSA tiers of evidence as well, but Tier 1 from the federal government. Tier 1 is core curriculum. So this is instruction based on the science of reading that every single student is required to get. Then you have a Tier 2, which some students, about roughly 20% of students need some kind of Tier 2 interventions to help them with certain specifics within the science of reading. And then about 5% of students need Tier 3 intensive instruction with the science of reading to learn how to read. And how you determine if a student gets tier 2 or tier 3 instruction is all based off of those screeners that schools are required to have and that the department then vets. So how the system of support works is really a cyclical cycle where we start with our instruction that all students get on that tier 1 instruction. Then students are screened 3 times a year, beginning of year by October 1st, middle of year by February 1st, and then end of year again in by June 1st. Based on that universal screener, that then designates whether a student needs more diagnostic testing. And that diagnostic testing for each kid tells the teachers what kind of focus areas the student needs extra assistance with, and maybe what are some of those strengths that the kid needs on their journey to learning how to read. From those diagnostic tests, then teachers and support staff come up with those tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. They progress monitor constantly for that child, and then goes back into the instruction, and it kind of starts all over again for those kiddos. And that's the process of screening and the intervention. For the literacy plan, the literacy plans have 8 components that schools are required to submit. One, they have to tell us what is their core reading program or curriculum that they are using for tier 1 instruction. They have to tell us what core intervention or supplemental programs they are using for tier 2 and tier 3 instruction. All of the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 curriculums have been re-vetted by my staff, so they are up to date with the latest legislative requirements for the science of reading. We had some that had been kind of grandfathered in over the years and really didn't have that evidence-based pieces to it, and that has now all been redone. You also have a K-3 assessment plan. How are you assessing your kiddos? What kind of professional development are the schools and districts providing for their teachers? Who is their dyslexia designee? They have to list who that person is and the content information. They have to give us reading schedules. How much time are they spending instructing students in reading? They have to let us know what their parent notifications are and the example of that. And then also the budget. What are they using their money for? How are they using it for? And again, everything has to be tied back to that science of reading. And this is all dictated in that legislation I mentioned earlier. So the process of how the literacy plans go, the portal that we have, which is brand new and has been super fun this year as we're working through a lot of the bugs. I know for a lot of schools and district, I fully acknowledge that there has been some growing pains with the new portal. We have felt those frustrations as well. The portal opens in August, and that's when schools can start to upload their literacy plans and start to give us their data as they get it from those beginning of year screeners. They submit those literacy plans. Those literacy plans are then assigned to an evaluator on my team. My team now has 8 people, which is the largest it's ever been. At one point in time when Director Ross was there, it was him and half a person or half a person and him. So it's nice that we have 8 people. We do try to keep it consistent. So we develop a rapport with those schools and districts. So you have the same evaluator every year. As the evaluator reviews that literacy plan, if the literacy plan meets all of the requirements per statute, then it comes to the board, and that's what we get on the consent agenda items. We have now started to note for those schools that do have and are using a Mauer vetted curriculum and those schools that are not, because we have about 75% of schools are not using a vetted curriculum, and we are working to do that, and I'll explain that a little bit later on in the process. If a literacy plan is denied for whatever reason, beginning of year data is not included, the reading minutes aren't included, there are some conversations, then what we do is that evaluator sends that back to the school or district and works with them to submit the appropriate pieces that are missing. The nice thing now with the new portal, on the left side of the portal, it has basically a bunch of green checklists. So as the school moves through that process, if a piece isn't done, they can see what it is and then go back and fix that and work on that problem. With support, continuously from our ADE staff that does it. Next, we have that support that the team does. So I just put a picture of our website up here, but we offer professional development for schools and districts for this. The early or ELA team and Mauer team have provided so far this year over 996 hours of professional development to over 4,300 participants. This is up from what we provided last year. Some of that professional development includes office hours. We began our office hours in the summer before the portal even opened because it was a new system and we knew there would be some kinks that people would need to work through it. So we've provided that guidance. We also, as we noticed things were consistent errors or maybe problems that schools were having, we then had other additional office hours that make that open. We also have our IT support from ADE available, so that way they can help and answer some of those maybe more technical questions that schools have. We also have monthly office hours where we are available for Q&A. We can do breakout rooms for maybe some of the more high specific needs that we have. And depending upon the time of the year, those office hours may be monthly or sometimes they may be bi-monthly, that because the need is greater. And so we offer those to provide that service to the field. We do notice some other things that have kind of come up, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on with the K-5 literacy endorsement, but we do, things like test prep and things like that. So we really use this time as our connection to the field to see what is out there, what is the need of the field, and then how can we supply that service and that need to the field. And then, of course, we have really extensive one-on-one support. My team, Tiana's team, is on the phone with these folks. We schedule Teams meetings, Zoom meetings, anything that we need to do to help folks fill out their literacy plans. So obviously there are issues and issues that we sometimes have. Definitely this year has been a little bit more of a higher volume because it is a brand new portal. So it's brand new to the field, it's brand new to our staff. And with any kind of software, you always have bugs and issues like that come in. So some of the big questions that I wanted to answer for you all was what kind of work is done with the LEAs when a plan reveals some kind of issue. One, this is in the form of emails. We have a lot of emails, a lot of virtual meetings. Hey, let's pop on a call real quick. How can we help you? What is your question? Can you share your screen? Let's go through this with you step by step. We also, like I said, host the office hours frequently during Mauer season, and we facilitate different webinars, things like that when that comes up. Some of the common issues that are revealed in plans for this year and in recent years, I kind of listed 5 of them. One big issue we find is professional development plans are vague and don't add a lot of specifics. We want to see the specifics. What exactly are you doing with regards to the science of reading to train your teachers? Not just, oh, we're providing professional development 3 times a year. Sometimes the master schedules do not have the appropriate minutes provided for tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 instruction. So we again work with the LEAs to understand, okay, you have to have, a certain amount of minutes for this kind of instruction, a certain amount of minutes for that kind of instruction, and making sure that those are done there. The other problem that we see frequently is diagnostic components in LA districts and schools not really understanding what that means. When you have that diagnostic and you get that feedback back, what does that mean and how do you appropriately use that to then target instruction and supports for those kids? So a lot of it is helping schools and districts learn their screener that they have, that diagnostic, and then how do you use it to make it work better for your kiddos. Sometimes we get vague goals where we don't have SMART goals, so they're not measurable. So we work with them and instructing them on what does a SMART goal look like? How is that measurable? Is it attainable? And then lastly is LEAs using just different ways to sort subgroups and getting data back that's not really clean. And part of that is the difficulty of having so many multiple screeners that we don't, we're not necessarily comparing equal apples to apples. So those are some of the major issues that we have. The next question I wanted to address is, if a school has a low proficiency rate for third grade reading, do they automatically receive more support on their plan? And really, this team provides the highest level of support for all schools and districts. We don't target anyone more than other because it just depends. As we have turnover, some people may need more support than others. So we always make sure that we are offering the highest level of support. We also, to note, for schools that apply for the foundational literacy coaching grant and don't get it, we do then target those schools to see, okay, how can we work with you and your Mauer plan to maybe provide some of those things because you weren't able to be a part of that grant opportunity. A question came up about the ESS State Systematic Improvement Plan. And so I just wanted to kind of address this and how it is similar to or different from the literacy plan, because they both do it. So essentially the ESS plan is what is mandated by the Office of Special Education Programs from the federal government. So it's not a state program. It requires a focus, and for that plan, and the ADE ESS team has picked literacy as their state focus, and they have to report that information to the federal government. The Arizona SSIP plan is focusing on not just literacy, but also that proficiency in grades kinder through 3, focusing on those students with disabilities. And that's really the key difference between this plan and the regular Move On One reading plans is, one, this is federal, and it really is that focus on students with disabilities. So it's not required by all schools. The participation is really determined by the school's proficiency results in ELA, and also for those students with disabilities. So if a school is not doing well getting their students with disabilities to read, then that's where they would fall into this plan as well. And like I said, it really is that focus on students with special needs. And those activities and practices are different because it's not just learning to read, but it's also dealing with some of those disabilities that students have. What literacy supports does it provide? And really this is the ESS team is working with the school or district as that self-analysis of what they need to do for it. And the districts come up with an action plan to really strengthen those systems that they have to improve outcomes for students with disabilities and how they learn to read. So that is not part of what my team does. That is part of the ESS team. I know they provided Executive Director Ross with some more information about that I think he can share with you on that, because they are definitely the experts in the ESIP program, or ASIP, ESIP. ESIP. ESIP, it's too many acronyms, and so they can help you with that one. As far as Mauer curricula, we have identified some loopholes and things where we've realized that we needed to go back and, like I said, re-vet all of those curriculums to make sure that they not only are based in the science of reading, but they have that research and evidence that proves that, hey, if you use this curriculum, you will see results. And that's what we want to see. And so we do this now on a rolling basis every year, where vendors can submit curricula to us from July to November. At that point in time, then we wait until typically spring, because we're busy doing its Mauer season and we're doing those literacy plan. In the spring, then that's when we vet those curriculums. We look at the research pages, we look at their reports, we will have conversations with vendors. And again, just like the Mauer plans, it is a back and forth. So many times we will get curriculum from vendors that maybe they're missing components in the science of reading, they don't have phonemic awareness, or they're not really focusing on fluency, or maybe their research doesn't have the correct p-value or the right sample size. And so these are things that we let vendors know, and then vendors can always resubmit the following year for that to relook at it. So it is something that it's not a one and done. It is a conversation that we have, and they can always resubmit. Curricula can be used for both core and intervention. And we do have some vendors that are in the process of getting approved for both. Because curricula can be used for both core and intervention, they're taught in different ways. So a lot of the curricula have been already approved for core. They want to be used for an intervention. But what we need to see is a separate study that says, okay, when you use this curriculum now as an intervention, what research and evidence do you have that the interventions work? We know it works as a core, but intervention is different. What is that? Also, just doing the same thing and expecting different results is not wise. So what are you doing differently? How are you specifically helping your teachers with prompts, with words, with trainings in this new way of using it as an intervention? How are you doing that differently than what it is in the core? And so we do have some vendors that are in that process of providing us that extra information. And then at that point in time, they would be both. And then also, we also like to, when we are vetting, always make sure that we are keeping in mind considerations for subgroups. What do we do for, with instruction in these curriculum? How are we reaching those EL kids? How are we reaching students with disabilities? What does that look like? What kind of supports do we have to make sure that the curriculum is one that works for all our students, not just those that maybe have just moderate difficulties learning to read? We also look at accountability, and this is something that my team has really worked on over the past few years. One is vetting these new curriculums, or vetting the curriculums and removing the ones that don't meet the letter of the law. It's also the communication between ADE and the schools and districts, where if you're not using a Maurer vetted curriculum, you need to use a Maurer vetted curriculum, because it very specifically says so in the legislation that you have to use that. Now, getting curriculum approved is not an easy thing. It is not one I definitely like to go through when I was at a district level, and we understand that. And so once a district gets that letter of non-compliance, they then have 2 additional years after that where they get Maurer funding. They do get notice that they're in non-compliance, but then they have those 3 years with funding to take the time to do and find a new curriculum that is vetted, and then purchase that curriculum from that vendor. Again, oh yes, go ahead.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Burrows. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to step away momentarily. For those that have recently adopted curricula, say into the 2023 or 2022, that might have been outside the bounds of statute and various other requirements, is there an effort to have them pivot and adopt new curricula? I ask only because a Maurer proposal that we approved today, one had curriculum adopted in 2024 that was not considered high quality instructional materials. And so I was just curious, what are the processes by which we as an ADE help those districts move in the right direction?
Thank you. Yes, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, we do that, and it is a conversation. So as soon as, say, that district submitted that plan with 2024 with a non-vetted curriculum, they get that first notice of non-compliance. They then have 3 years now that they have to purchase and buy a new curriculum with that. It's part of doing the due diligence. We post everything. We've made everything transparent online. So you can go out to our website and find exactly what curriculums are or are not approved out there. And so we do recognize, though, that sometimes it does take a little bit longer. And so we have the first notices of non-compliance have gone out, and we do know districts are taking a little bit of time. And so right now we have that 3-year window, but if a district can prove to us that they are in the middle of that process, we have looked at waiving at that 4th year. And then after the 4th year, if they don't have the curriculum, then they would risk losing Maurer funding.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Linda, can you also clarify, that's the school side of the equation. There's also a vendor side. Like you said, the vendors can keep submitting updated info. So
correct. So if you say for that same district that had non-high qualified instructional materials, and the district picked that particular vendor and say it was missing a study, then they would get the non-compliance notice, and then the vendor would also then have the opportunity to complete the research study, provide it to ADE, and then at that point, if it met all of the requirements for ESSER, tiers of evidence, then that high quality instructional material would be approved at that point in time. And so then they would no longer be in non-compliance. We also note too, like if there is that particular scenario where, say, a school chooses vendor A and it's not in compliance, and we know that they are in the process of working on this study, we actually pause that non-compliance countdown, so to speak, until we get that vendor study. So that way we're not penalizing the school when we're waiting for that vendor study to come back.
One more brief question. In the thoroughness of doing that study to ensure that a curricula is in compliance, have there been instances when just sort of like an extra chapter or just an extra addition is added and therefore it's in compliance? Or are those instructional materials that have been out of compliance that are not aligned with the science of reading? Are there efforts where you go back and say, adding this paragraph is insufficient? You do need to have a comprehensive approach to address literacy. Is there ever an instance like that as you guys are reviewing instructional materials?
Yeah, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, we do have different all different kinds of scenarios happen. And so we do, the rubric that we use, which is posted online, is really just a yes or no, do you have it or not? Again, trying to remove the bias of it and keeping to that letter of the law. If a vendor does not have something, like maybe it's missing a phonics component in their curriculum, or maybe it's something with their just their study needs they didn't give us the p-value, then we do have those kinds of conversations back and forth. Or if it's something that needs to be resubmitted, then it needs to be resubmitted at that point in time.
Okay.
Dr. Hightower?
Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. I know I've had a few districts reach out to me. They used ESSER funding to be able to go through a process of adapting curriculum, and as you know, pretty comprehensive. You mentioned that if for whatever reason their curriculum was approved and then it fell off the list in further review, what legal recourse do districts have to go after maybe vendors? I mean, it is the training, the procurement, all of that is pretty intense. That review, they adapt it, then they fall off the list. And a lot of districts, thankfully, capital funding has been restored, but a lot of districts use their capital funding to maintain their buildings and not necessarily for curriculum. So, and I don't know if that's a question that you can answer, but I'm wondering, like, would districts be able to go after vendors that said that this was evidence-based, research-based curriculum, and now it no longer is, and districts don't really have the funding to go through a new process?
Yes, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Hightower, that's a really good question. Part of it is way above my pay grade because I do not have a law degree, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that. But that exact reason is why we don't cut off funding when schools are in non-compliance, because it's not necessarily their fault that the vendor lied to them, right? Vendors want to make money, or maybe they were not completely forthright, or whatever reason it may be. We recognize that, and that's why you have a non-compliance notice, and then you have 2 more years on top of that before you would risk losing funding. So that way, that gives you funds to then go find and get a new curriculum that is on that vetted list. But as far as the recourse, that would be for like a school
And
finance.
I definitely appreciate that response, but I know a lot of times that our funding it's used for reading interventionists or folks that can pull students for a tier 2 or tier 3 intervention. So I guess they would just have to make different choices, but they're not good choices.
No, I would agree.
We don't have, I have a question also.
Yes, ma'am.
Or concern. I've had a couple of schools that said that they were using curriculum
Mhm.
and then it was pulled off the list.
Mhm.
And they were using it for years,
Mhm.
5, 6 years, and I'll say even before 2016. and then it was pulled off. And so what do we do about that? Are we putting them back on? It was Beyond Textbooks. Beyond Textbooks was on there forever, and then it was pulled off. Okay. And then, I mean, what are we doing about that? Because from what I was told, that they were doing well, and there weren't any specific detailed reasons of why. I'm just asking because I think we're having a communications problem with that.
Yeah, absolutely, President Haley and Superintendent Horn. Member Clay, that is a really good question, and that is one that has come up a lot with that particular curriculum company. A lot of people really have liked it and used it. It is something that my team has been in contact with the company since 2024, having communications with them saying you are missing vital pieces of the components that are required for the science of reading. They were missing research studies as well, and they have worked with research studies. We've even worked with the company that did part of their research study to get more detailed information from them. And it's just, like I said, the rubric that we use is a yes, you got it, or no, you don't. And unfortunately, they are missing major components that we cannot approve it to be used for the science of reading as a core curriculum. Now, could it be used as a supplemental? Yes, that is something that we've looked at, but then districts would have to have some other kind of core instruction that they are using that does include a high quality instructional materials and does have all of those 5 components of the science of reading. And that's without getting into too many specifics, but that's basically what it is. But we have been in constant contact with them and working with them to try and coach them along to get them to get the pieces that they're needing, but they're still missing pieces. And that's all I can.
Well, thank you for that, clearing that up. So how long have you been working with them? Has it been years or?
It's been years, since 2024.
2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Hi, thank you.
Yes.
Linda, nice to see you again. Last year, we were able to amend the law to include special education curriculum. And can you give me an update on that implementation and kind of how that's defined? Because kind of corollary to that is a program like, I don't know, Read 180 at the high school level. How do you distinguish between that? I mean, K-3, it's kind of easy. You have a reading curriculum, but at high school level, what is a core curriculum? What's an what's supplemental? So kind of both of those questions.
Yeah, perfect. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Kravickas, that's a really good question. So first of all, we don't have anything to do with curriculum above grade 3. So for high schools, determining high quality instructional material, there isn't any legislation, there isn't any oversight that the department does for any curriculum, for any content area. My team has worked hard over the last few years to give some guidance so schools can look to it, or districts can look and say, oh, okay, if we're adopting a science curriculum, if we're adopting a social studies curriculum or math curriculum, what does high quality instructional materials look like, and what are some things that you should be using as guidance for that? And so we do offer that for schools. The only place that ADE has where we have a say over curriculum is in the K-3 arena and just for ELA. And so we have, to your point, last year, we made sure that all of our curriculums meet the needs of special needs students. They address that. That's a part of it. And so we make sure that that is included in all of our reviews of the curricula for that program, for those programs.
Thank you for that answer. I'm a little still confused because when we amended the statute was about the programs for kids K through 3, but it says for the purposes of this subsection, curriculum includes any curriculum that is used to provide reading instruction to children with disabilities or English language learners. So I guess my assumption when we wrote that was that it applied to any curriculum outside of K-3 for special ed or ELL. So did I make an incorrect assumption?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Member Kravickas, we'd have to go back and do a dive into the legislation to answer that question accurately. I don't think that was the general understanding. In Arizona statute, as Linda said, the only curricular authority is over K3 core reading and intervention programs. So it would go beyond the bounds of existing statute. But I also we'd need to do a deeper dive into it, which we absolutely can.
Well, as we've discussed, only 16% of third graders with a disability are reading are proficient. So the lion's share of them are way beyond third grade. So now I'm concerned that the intent of that was to encompass all of those students, and now we're not. Same with English language learners, way beyond third grade. Okay, so then kind of the corollary to that was, well, I guess you're answering it, but it's raising a whole different level of concern. I mean, we know that the lion's share of kids that aren't reading are extending past third grade. So there's no review or discussion or anything of those curriculums beyond third grade.
No, ma'am.
And I appreciate, I always think of the red, yellow, green document. That's what I always called it, the red, yellow, green document. Is that the same document that you have out there, just updated? Because it would at least be good for stakeholders to be able to go to their school board and say, hey, our curriculum doesn't meet.
Yes. So
I don't even think parents know about this. So I'm really kind of concerned.
Yeah, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Kravickas, yes, everything out there is on our website, on the Maurer website, where you can go and you can look up the red, yellow, green list of curricula that is out there. The rubrics are out there. All the guidance for vendors is out there. We've really tried to make this as transparent as possible off of our Move On When Reading website. It's got links, and you may have to get into it depending upon what you're looking for, but everything is out there for folks, parents too.
Well, while I have you, since no one else is speaking up, one of the other things that we changed to rule about 2 or 3 years ago was that the literacy plans have to demonstrate that all the assessments are accessible to all learners. Have you seen any changes there, or how are we implementing that?
Thank you. So President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Kravickas, that is something that we are working on. So we reached out to all of the vendors that are screened, that provide our universal screeners, to provide us back detailed information. If do they meet the needs of, students with disabilities, and able to disaggregate that data by that for those kinds of students. At this point in time, because we were getting the high quality instructional material part done, we haven't really addressed that part of the screener issue and then the portal this year. So I will tell you that is something in the spring of 2027. That is our priority, to go back and re-vet all of the screeners to make sure that they are, in fact, meeting the needs of all students, including EL students and students with disabilities.
Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, just in the interest of some time constraints for some board members, Linda does have a bit more of the presentation to go. So let's maybe let Linda go through the rest of the presentation, and then we'll circle back with questions at the end. Dr. Hagerman, does that sound good?
That sounds great. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move on from here. So I wanted to give you some information and data about our literacy coaching initiative. So here's our numbers from fiscal year 25. We had 25 coaches in 47 schools, 4 different counties. Roughly about 8,000 number of students were impacted. The data we have shows that students did increase their proficiency rates, and the students that were decreased, were at risk, decreased quite a bit. There was an issue with one of the screeners from a national level, so the data is not completely clean data as Sean's group would like to have, but we do see those basic trends. As this program has evolved over the years, we have made some changes to it to see what schools are really having the biggest impact and the most effect with this school. And so for fiscal year 25, we do have 36 coaches, and we have 29 schools. So you'll see we have fewer schools. We are in 3 counties, and we do have fewer students. And the reason for that is the data that we were getting back shows that coaches were most effective when it was a 1-to-1 ratio, when you had one coach to one school. And we had some districts that maybe had one coach visiting 5 different schools, and those relationships just were not getting built. And so we really tried to tailor the program on that 1-to-1 model. We also have partnered with West Ed to provide training and one-on-one professional development. Again, it continues to grow as far as the need definitely outstrips what we are able to provide from the state. And we are excited too that we are starting to see examples of how to braid funding, much to Dr. Hightower's mention of like, you have to use your funds in strategic ways, and sometimes you're making tough choices. And so Superintendent Horn had the Direct Student Services grant this year that used some Title I funding, where schools could apply for this grant and use that funding to then braid it together to provide money to get a coach, and that coach could come be a part of our program. We also see it too with the early literacy grant funds, the ELG grant funds, of people using that ELG funds and then also braiding those funds. But then, hey, you know what? Everybody's welcome, right? Come and be a part of our training at least. We may not be able for those braided funds to provide a lot of those site visits because I only have a couple people on staff that do the grant, but you can at least come and be a part of that training and get that really good information with it. We also see too, schools that are the most effective in this are the schools where everybody's bought in, from the superintendent to the school principal, to the coach, to the teachers. And so what we require now is administrators and principals also come to be a part of that program and develop just what is it that we're trying to do? What is it we're asking? Coaches are there to coach. They're not there to cover classes. They're not there to do lunch duty or before school duty. They are there strictly to coach. And they're coaching in the science of reading, and we're asking them to do these different things. And this is what you agree to when you're a part of the grant. And so getting principals in on that and providing also principals training too. Many principals were not, elementary reading teachers. And so they need to learn just those basics of what is the science of reading. And so we're providing those kinds of things with that as well. I did want to show you here, this is our results just from this school year. So typically when schools, they do have to apply every year, but when you apply, you're typically in the grant for 3 years. And we really start to see a big, significant change in year 3. It takes some time to get buy-in, and it takes time for people to change their practice and implement these things with the science of reading. And so by the year 3, you really start to see increases in proficiency rates and decreases in those students that are deemed at risk with their reading skills. And so that's something that we're very excited to see and continue as we're going on. And like I said, that's just this year's data so far. So getting on with it, the Move On When Reading, it's this braided fabric of all these different pieces that go with it to really help students learn to read. And one of those is the K-5 literacy endorsement. And so I wanted to just share some information with you with that. So far we've had over 1,800 Arizona educators get LETRS trainings through to the department. That does not count trainings that districts paid for with like their ESSER funds and things like that. We've had over 3,000 educators that have completed ADE LETRS training. We also have provided a train the trainer model where a district can come and that trainer can get LETRS certified to train, then go back to the district, provide that LETRS training at a fraction of the cost. We also have provided over 1,100 teachers to take the AIMS Pathways, which is another course that you can take, or set of courses that you can take. About 524 of those have completed it. We have 1,900 teachers that have passed the Foundations of Reading exam. About 83% of education prep program students pass that exam on their first try as compared to 61% nationally. It is something that we do see some great notice with, or great movement towards. I wanted to highlight Litchfield. For a couple of years, Litchfield Elementary has provided coursework for their K-5 educators. And one of the reasons why they've been so successful with it is they recognize and have done these 3 things. So I wanted to point them out as a good model to follow. When they're providing coursework to teachers during their professional hours at no cost to them. So making sure that their half days or professional development days before school and in summer are used effectively. They're also using site-based facilitators through a certified trainer model. So they're getting that logistics and help. And they're also making it relevant with immediate applications to their content. So they're training these teachers in the science of reading and then having those teachers in Litchfield go into the classroom. What are you doing? What are you seeing? How is it affecting? And then you're having that community of practice, discussing it and going on with it better. So I just wanted to highlight just how great Litchfield has done in training their teachers to do this. Teachers are excited about it. Teachers want this training. They want to take these classes. ADE has a number of classes that people can take to meet this endorsement. We are seeing a little bit of test anxiety, I think is probably the best way to take it, where, you take your courses and then you have to go take this, half-day test. It's like sitting for the SAT and ACT again. And there is that test anxiety. I know I had it when I was getting my national boards. It's like, wait, I haven't had to take a half-day test in years, and now I'm having to sit for my national boards and do it. So that's one of the things that we want to work on is how can districts provide test prep, right? How do you get people to do that and test it? And what can we do to help lower some of that anxiety level? Because teachers are taking the courses, but we just need them to take that last step and complete that test to get that endorsement.
And Linda, just as a quick reminder for the board, the test is free for Arizona educators.
Free for, yep. And then with that, we do see that right now we're sitting at about 10%. This was the most recent data that I got from our certification team with Deputy Associate Superintendent Wilbur. And so we have roughly 2,400 have completed the literacy endorsement exam. So that's about 10%. We do expect to see that balloon quite a bit because it is something that can take you a year to 18 months to complete. And so now that the clock has started ticking, I think a bunch of people in districts are like, oh, holy cow, we need to get on this and doing it. One of the things I also wanted to point out is we, the Department of Ed, along with some amazing partners like Read On Arizona, the governor's office, DES, ended up getting awarded the preschool development grant, which I'm going to speak to in a minute here. But in that grant, it's a systems building grant. And one of the things that we've been able to do is offer $900,000 to provide more free courses for teachers. So we are in the process of getting that all set up. So that will provide more courses for our preschool through K-5 to get that endorsement. We also, through this PDG grant, are spending $120,000 to offset license renewal and endorsement fees. So like Executive Director Ross said, ADE is paying for everyone to take the test at least once the first time around, but then you do have a fee to obviously renew your license and get the endorsement. And so part of what we're spending is $120,000 to offset those fees for people to pay their renewal fees and the endorsement fees for them, again, to make it as free as possible for this mandate. And then we do use $1 million every year to pay for these Ames Pathways courses, again, to offer as many for free. And the list of courses that we have for the endorsement are quite a variety. We have asynchronous ones, we have synchronous ones. There are ones you can take through a college. There's all sorts of options that teachers can use to do that. And like I said, we do see a need to maybe offer some test prep or, what are some of those things we can do? And so that's where we're trying to develop those to help people get prepared for that August 2028 deadline. Like I mentioned, the preschool development grant we were awarded. This is, we were super excited about it, and it was an all hands on deck effort because the federal government dropped the grant and then said, oh yeah, and by the way, in like 3 weeks, you need to turn it in. So it was super fast. And it's a bit of a different grant than the previous preschool development grant, where the preschool development grants before really focused on educator training, but also slots for kiddos in preschools and getting that high quality preschool education with reading in those preschools. And this one is very different. It's just a 1-year grant. It's a systems building grant. So basically the federal government asked us, what are you already doing for early childhood education, specifically early childhood reading? And then how can you make that better? And so that's where I said we worked with Read On Arizona, we worked with the governor's office, we worked with the Department of Education, Economic Services, we worked with First Things First. And these are the 6 pieces of that preschool development grant that we have. So the first part is a financial strategy and finance strategy where we're redoing our fiscal mapping. So that way, again, it's braiding that funding because there are little pieces of funding all over the place. So how do you get that to work for your preschools that feed then into successful kindergarten students that are ready to, you know, make a successful transition that way? It also featured enhanced family data centers where childcare in partnership with the Governor's Bright Futures initiative, really looking at like, where are those vacancies? And so parents know that there are vacancies in different preschools and then trying to find those preschools. We also are providing support for educators with their early childhood certifications and literacy endorsements, expanding the early educator apprenticeship pathway, strengthening literacy coaching, developing also an API connection between the early child workforce registry and ADE's learning portal. So that way, when early educators take classes at ADE, it instantly gets updated into this workforce registry. So people can hire, oh, I see you've taken these ADE courses, you're highly qualified, let's get you into this preschool. We're also looking at increasing access and serving additional early childhood providers to First Things First, and through the Southwest Human Development's Early Childhood Business Solutions, again, getting those people highly qualified and trained, because you just don't start to learn to read in kindergarten. You really start to learn to read the second you can start to, as you start to be a baby and hear. And then also sustaining and expanding our regional family engagement and literacy hubs through Project Felt. So again, you know, child's first teachers are their parents and those loved ones around them. So how do we get those parents to really, you know, are you reading to your kids? Are you sounding out letters and words and things like that? And just having seen my little grandbaby this weekend, it was all about, you know, how many times could I read to this child in literally the 48 hours I was in Nashville? So again, it's that getting parents and the whole community that this takes everyone on hand to do these kinds of things. So I wanted to show this. This is a great graphic that Read On Arizona has put on, showing really where you see that southern surge of what are other states doing and what is Arizona doing in comparison with it. And so you can see the state pre-K assessment, kindergarten assessments, investments in early childhood, mandating full day kindergarten, science of reading, high quality instructional materials. We're actually almost there, especially now that we're kind of closing that loophole. And then also our literacy coaches. So I just think this is a really good visual to show that Arizona's got some of those pieces going. We just need to stick with it and scale those things up and get them into all the states. And ADE is a big part of that. Read On with a bunch of the partners came up with the Arizona Lit Plan 2030, which I know Terry Clark reported to you guys in the fall. With it, ADE has a big part of that with our commitments, again, administering the foundational literacy coaching grant, providing professional development on the science of reading, adding guidance to the field for Move On When Reading literacy initiatives, increasing family engagement, and then working with all of our partners to do this. And a lot of this came from that K-3 working group that the state board had as well. And so it's really, again, keeping all of those things with that focus and not losing sight of the prize at the end, which is getting kids to read and read better. So with that, I am now finally done. Sean Smith can finally go as he's staying to support me as a colleague. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Executive Director Ross, if you want to call questions out, since you're in the room and I'm not.
Any board members have questions at the moment? Dr. Clay?
Just a quick question. Thank you very much for all that you do. You talked about professional development. Are the schools in the rural and all the small schools and the rural schools requesting professional development?
Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Clay, yes, they are. We're providing as much as we can to those schools. We'll go down to Sierra Vista and do some of those things. We've been up to White River to go provide training. I know Tiana's ELA team has done a roadshow where we've gone out to do those. And so we are providing as much as we can to those rural schools. We go down to Yuma quite frequently as well, just to meet all of those needs. It is something that we do track on my team, just what counties are we getting out to, where are we going, how many hours, and number of professional development and folks that we're reaching in rural communities. And again, offering things online too, just because we know, it's hard to get all the way up to, Fredonia or down to, wherever it may be, Bisbee, and get to those places. So can we do things to meet the needs as best as we can?
And my last question, is there anything that we can look at where it says these many, this percent of teachers in this particular school is trained and have tested on science of reading? Is there anything that we have? For example, if I want to help inspire and motivate other schools, I would need to know, or we would need to know, what schools, how many teachers have taken the course, and then how many have taken the test. And that, I think that would be some really good information, some data for us.
Yeah, so Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Clay, you are just reading my mind, because we actually have already identified that, and that is one of the IT enhancements that I will be paying for to put into the Mauer portal. And so I know there's some legislation that's been proposed in that, but we recognize that that's something that we need to do, is kind of call attention to it. So we will be adding that into the portal for next year. So all schools and districts will have to say, how many teachers do they have? How many have been trained in the science of reading? How many have taken the test? How many are in the process of it? And they'll have a series of questions that they will now have to answer for their literacy plan for that. And that is something that we've recognized that we need that data to help bring awareness to it as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Hightower?
Thank you again. I really appreciated you sharing the bright spot in the case of Litchfield Elementary School District. I'm wondering if there's others that you could also promote, or you might already be promoting these best practices across the state for others to see what works and what would be supportive of ultimately the students, but starting with the training and the teachers.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Hightower. I'm going to let Tiana. Do you
have case studies?
Yeah, we have our case studies
online.
Yeah,
And
so
that's with the help of Read On.
Go ahead.
So we do. We have case studies online on our Mauer website. A variety of different schools, urban, rural, small, big, along with our partners with Read On Arizona have helped us to create those case studies. You can see which schools mirror your school and see what are the good practices, those evidence-based practices that they're using. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Hightower. I'll share the link to those case studies after the meeting. We've shared them in the past, but we'll share them again. And in particular, there's some really interesting bright spots. OC Johnson and Yuma,
Yeah,
I
we
believe.
just did them.
Yeah, I think
too.
they went from 7% third grade proficiency to like 57% because of implementing sort of the changes that you've seen. I don't know if I have the numbers exactly right. I can feel Terry behind me, but either way, they made tremendous growth. Other questions from board members? Member Kravickas?
Thank you, Linda. I love your presentations. They're so thoughtful. Just like we are very intentional about braiding funding, I feel like we have to be just as intentional as braiding strategies. In other words, it's not just the Title III department's job to make sure that English language learners are learning to read. It's not ESS's job, because they are about federal compliance. And so I really want to break down those walls. Like, this is an ESS responsibility. This is Mauer law. We have to get all kids reading. So I'd still like to do a deeper dive on what the ESSIP is, because that is maybe, as I was thinking, where the avenue is to bring in the curriculum piece from the law is through the ESSIP plan. Because I feel like we got to bring it all together and stop segregating I'm not segregating, it's the wrong word, but
Siloing
putting in
is how I
siloing. Yeah, thank
see
you. It's
it,
a better word.
yes.
Siloing the kids. So I'd like to still talk about that. I know we've all been here for a while and probably getting hungry, but I'm going to keep saying it until everybody knows it. Only 8% of kids with disabilities in Arizona in 8th grade are proficient in ELA. 8%. So we just have to keep banging this drum. And that's everything from ADD to autism. So I'm going to keep banging that gong that we have to do something.
I agree.
Seeing no further questions, Dr. Hagerman, I think we're free to move
Right.
to the next item.
So we will now move on to item 6, call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on items listed in the educator discipline section of the agenda. Please note that Arizona law prohibits the board from discussing or taking legal actions on matters raised during a call to the public that are not on the current meeting agenda. Each speaker has 2 minutes to address the board during the 1-hour public comment period. Furthermore, speakers are not allowed to cede their time to another speaker, and the personal attacks are not appropriate. Deputy Director DePlanty, have we received any requests to speak?
Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent, and members of the board, we have 2. First up will be Margot Varanes, followed by Jessica Fanto. Margot? You're muted. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Margot Varanes. I'm actually here only if the board has questions for me. I represent my client, Jason Godfrey, who's on your agenda for section A3 of certificate enforcement actions for a negotiated settlement agreement. So I'm just present should the board have any questions at that time.
Thank you.
Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent, members of the board. Next up is Jessica Fanto.
All right, good afternoon to board members. I'm Jessica Fanto. I'm the legal paraprofessional for Sandra Lunt. On her behalf, I am asking the board to decline the recommendation for summary suspension for the following reasons. Pursuant to AAC R72-1309, if a certificate holder is arrested, cited, and released, and the board determines that the public hearing, health, safety, and welfare is at risk, the board may proceed with an emergency action such as a summary suspension. However, in this case, Ms. Lunt is not a danger to the public, nor does her circumstances arise to the level of an emergency. The incident described in the summary suspension supporting documents was an isolated event that stemmed from a medical issue. That medical issue is now being treated. This medical issue exacerbated her mental fatigue that she was already having from working long hours with a toy drive. Notably, Maricopa County has not filed any charges. Ms. Lunt has no prior history of a similar conduct. This was a single occurrence under unusual circumstances and is not indicative of any ongoing risk. Therefore, there is no immediate threat to the public safety or welfare. For these reasons, Ms. Lunt respectfully requests that the board decline to impose a summary suspension and instead allow the matter to proceed through the standard due process. Thank you.
Vice President Hagerman, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
All right, so we will now move on to item 6. The consent agenda for the enforcement actions will be taken in a single motion. Is there an item or items from the consent agenda for enforcement actions that a board member would like to poll and discuss? All right. Seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve items 6A1 through 6A9, 6B1 through 6B3, 6C1 through 6C5? Do I have a motion?
So moved, Hightower.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. So we'll now move on to item 7. Is there an item or items from the consent agenda from the, that the board would like to pull and discuss? Seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve items 7A1 through 7A6, 7B1 through 7B5, and 7C1 and 7C2? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Member Catanese, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Clay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right. Now we move on to item 8, Executive Director Ross.
Board members, thank you so much for a very productive meeting today. Our next board meeting is Monday, March 30th at 9 a.m. I just want to echo again how we opened the meeting, recognizing Dr. Hightower for her service. I can tell you as somebody who's been in education for 26 years in Arizona, Dr. Hightower has always been a personal hero, and professionally it was a great honor to get to work with her. And so we're very thankful for her time and service to the board, and just wanted to make sure to say that one last time before we conclude.
Thank you again.
Bravo. All right. I'm going to then call the meeting adjourned at 1:26 p.m.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.